Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, so let's take a look at our schedule and see what's going on. We typically like to do a bunch of different topics on each one of these live streams. Today is week 12 of 2026. It is, it's getting up there. And, what are we talking about today? So, our warm up topic, our first topic is going to be gaming. We're going to be playing Void Stranger, which is a very fun puzzle game that I'm very excited to finish eventually. If you want some more information about it, it is over here. And Rama, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What else are we doing? So the second hour of today's stream is going to be a demo. We're going to be doing some easy challenges from a hacking education platform called Hack the Web. So we're going to be doing that in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So this is a little program that I created, and it teaches a bunch of different cybersecurity topics. We're currently doing our Python course, and we're going to be talking about how to do loops and functions, defining functions inside of Python. It's definitely not a very in-depth course that we're talking about over here, but we are going to be getting hands-on keyboard very, very quickly to get our interest up in this very popular programming language. So that's topic number 3. In topic number 4, the fourth hour, we're going to be doing HackingAdvisor or Hackadvisor. So Hackadvisor is another one of these CTF platforms, education platforms. We're going to be taking a look at it, and we're going to see if the stuff over there is good or not. So hold on. So it's hackadvisor.io. If you want to take a look at it yourself beforehand, I'll leave the link over here. Okay, last Sunday of March, you switched the clock over in Europe. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know about that, SysOS Master. And what are we doing for our last topic? For our last topic, we're going to be taking a look at a CTF box challenge. It feels like I haven't done a CTF box challenge in a while. We're going to be doing this one from HackMyVM. It's called Doll, and it's a Linux box. So the CTF box challenges are challenges where you have a box on a network somewhere, and you have to use all of your security tools and your hacking knowledge to break into the box and compromise it. So I think the challenge is over. Where is that link? Over here. Okay, so hackmyvm.eu. This is the platform we're using. Game Boys, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and set our timer for 60 minutes, and we'll get underway on our first topic. So if you're not into gaming, if you're not interested in watching me play a puzzle game, you can feel free to come back in about an hour. We're going to be doing a different topic. So you can see the topics up at the top of the overlay. So the current topic is Void Stranger. It's a puzzle game. And the next topic is going to be Hack the Web. We're going to be doing some beginner demos. Ashutosh, hello. I've started learning cybersecurity. Can you tell me where can I learn Python for cybersecurity? It's a pretty good puzzle game. I mean, I agree. It's a pretty good puzzle game, SysOS. You want to learn Python for cybersecurity. Okay, so take a look at these education links. So take a look at the GitHub page over there, and take a look at the programming page on that page. There should be a bunch of different websites you can look at to learn Python. All right, so let's get underway. So I will put the game on the screen. Let's see. It should be over here. You should be able to see the game now, and I'm going to turn up the sound. Okay, and let's set the sound to about 4. Okay, and let me check my audio levels. So, with the music on in the background, can you hear my voice clearly? If you can't hear my voice clearly, let me know. And I can turn the music for the game down a little bit. Have fun with the game. Muma Rolf, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, music is a bit loud. Okay, so let me turn down the music. So I turned it down about 15%. How's the music now? Can you hear my voice over the music okay? Okay, great. Okay, so let's get started. So in this puzzle game, there's a lot of meta stuff to understand. And one of the things that I want to point out is that one of the big puzzles in this game revolves around some snake creature, and the snake creature is trying to show us like a path that we need to, like a pattern that we have to create with the tiles in this room in order to progress. 3 would be better. 3 would be better. I mean, I can still turn down the music a little bit more, if you like. So I'll turn it down another 10%. Let me know how that is. Okay, I suggest you put the side cane music with your vocal. Side cane? I'm not too sure what you mean by side cane. Is that supposed to be another word? Anyways, let me show you. So we'll take this away, and then I'll go over to my GitHub where I've got all my notes. So GitHub walkthroughs. This is for, what does this game have to do with hacking? So this is a warm-up topic. So for a warm-up topic, we like to play puzzle games, and we play puzzle games because puzzle games, well, they're fun, first of all, and second of all, it gets us thinking about how to do problem solving. And Urix Aristia, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Helps with problem solving. So, so in this game, I took all these screenshots. Oh, can I? Maybe I should download this. So I'll just download it and then I'll open it up in the terminal. XDG open. What is it called? 226 something, this one. Okay, so I took all these screenshots, and then inside the screenshots, there was this snake tail, and what I needed to do was I needed to put the screenshots together in a way where the snake tails connect to each other. It took a really long time, and in the end, I had to do a little bit of I had to look up the solution. But, well, I mean, so one thing that I like to tell people in cybersecurity is that if the difference between progressing and not progressing is looking at a walkthrough, then you should look at the walkthrough. Side chain. Oh, okay. Understanding side chain compression for vocals. Okay. I mean, I should probably use some sort of tool to understand exactly what is going on in the what the audio levels are in the live stream. Thank you. But yeah, we need to make this pattern, and the blank tiles over here represent spaces where I need to have a tile, and the other tiles here, the ones in the screenshots, are the places where I have to have no tiles. Sounds okay to me? Okay, great. That's what I want to hear. So I'm just gonna bring up the screen on another monitor of mine so that I can have it as a reference. Because what I need to do now is I need to, well, okay, let's bring up the game screen again. Okay, you should be able to see it. So what I need to do is I need to make the pattern in here. And Apocalypsis. Hello, nice to see you. What is up? So in this game you can, well, we've got all these glass tiles on this level. What we need to do is we need to break the glass tiles in a specific pattern to make the gaps that we saw in the diagram that I showed you earlier. I'm not understanding the whole idea of the game yet either. This is not the best point to point out the basics of the game right now, but it'll become more clear in a little bit. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to solve one of the meta puzzles in the game. So what I need to do is I need to make some So another like very basic part of this game is that you can pick up tiles and you can put them in other empty spaces. Cytax Max, hello. It's been a while since I watched your live stream. How you been? I've been doing all right. It's been well, last month was a bit tough. I got sick and I had to take some time off, but I'm happy to be back. Okay, so we'll pick up one of these. We will actually, we'll wander. So the first two tiles I have to get rid of are these two at the top. So I'll just step over those and I'll get rid of those because we're trying to make a little pattern. Hope you're the best. Thank you, thank you. And we also need to get rid of these two tiles over here on my right. So this whole process is going to be a bit dicey. So can we... I need to be able to walk around in like a circle though. Maybe... take one of these. Well, it'd be nice if I were able to pick up one of these solid tiles. Maybe like... that doesn't really help me too much. Okay, all hail Lord Toad, wearer of many hats. Hey, thank you very much. So, maybe pick up one of these. We need to make it over to the other side. Something tells me I've screwed up already. Oh, you know what I can do? I can step over here, I can pick this up, and then I can... yeah, so I can clear it out that way. So just like this. Alright. Clear it out, and then the next step is to go down a level. So down a level I need a blank space here, a blank space next to me, oh man. I think I've kind of screwed up. Did you write this game? Which language was it written in? I didn't write this game. It's I can get you the site for the game if you wanted to take a look. Let me grab it for you. As for what language it was, I think restart level. Maybe I need to restart the level. Okay, so to restart the level, let me take a plunge. Okay, and okay, so let's try to recreate the thing again. So these two. Put this down here. Grab this, okay. And let's see. The next holes I need to make are down. So this needs to be a hole. The tile I'm standing on over here. What I'd like to do is I'd like to pick up one of these. I need to pick up one of these regular tiles over here. So Maybe put this down. Step on these. Pick this up. Step down again. Put down this tile. And then down. Good evening, Wild Radio. Nice to see you here. What is up? So I can step down. Wait. So I think this needs to be solid. This needs to be a hole. So the stairs over here, I can pick up the stairs. This needs to be solid. And James, hello. Nice to see you here. What is up? So I just need to check the... I need to check against the diagram. Where's the diagram? Here, this one. So the other thing that's kind of throwing me for a loop is that the blank spaces in the diagram are actually spaces where I need tiles. Okay. So those are blank, those are blank. And okay, I think, is everybody getting enough sleep? That's a good question. I think this should be it. Yeah, okay, we did it. Okay, now we're here, and what's happening? Another thing that I picked up along the way, off stream, is I picked up a little item that gives me the ability to talk to these boulders, strangely enough. You could invert the image to better show that. Yeah, I guess I could, but I mean, we got there in the end eventually. Okay, so let's take a look at what the boulder says. You did well to find your way here. Figuring out the brands is only the first step. Oh, great. Think where you can draw them. Where you can draw them, the brands, that's how you bend these halls to your will. Okay? Think where you can draw the brands. Okay, and then over here, what is this? A strange seal. You can't get any closer to it. Suddenly, you hear a distant voice. Seek what remains of the first traitorous lord. The first traitorous lord. Okay, Wild Radio says, my sleep rhythm has no pattern. The struggle is so real. Sleep is essential, but also sleep is the thing that gets in the way of you getting stuff done. So it's tough. Push the lorn idle, guarding their weakness 23 times. Push the lorn idle, guarding their weakness 23 times. Then remain still and wait and wait. Then remain still and wait and wait. The first seal will be severed. The first seal will be severed. Okay. So go to the traitorous lord and push the idol 23 times. Okay, I need to keep track of these notes somewhere. I'll just write them in one of my browser tabs. Push the idol 23 times. Then wait. Okay, and then remain still and wait and wait. The first seal will be severed. Okay, so I mean, is that it? Does the idol look like this? The thing on the other side of the stairs? Are you about to summon a demon or something? I think real hackers use note-taking, note-keeping apps. Just take a screenshot. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea too. I think I'll take a screenshot of the text that I wrote down. Okay. So who else is using GreenShot over here? I learned about the GreenShot app for taking screenshots from our good friend the Cyber Mentor. And the Cyber Mentor is actually I don't know if anybody knows who the Cyber Mentor is, but the Cyber Mentor was and his channel was a really big part of me getting into cybersecurity. So can we pick one of these up? I mean, if we can pick them up, we have to be able to put them down somewhere. Anyways, go to the stairs. Who needs obsidian when you have nano? That's true. That's true, Cartier. Yeah. Okay, so this is B55. We need to push the boulders onto the buttons. What's happening to me? Okay. And then exit. It's 4 a.m. in my country. How about you? What time is it there? Oh, in my country. Okay. Cytax Max, 4 a.m. So it has to be... You have to be somewhere in... Are you in Asia? Are you in Asia, Cytax Max? I'm really sorry for bothering you, but I'm not getting what exactly is Hack the Planet. Can you explain, please? Linux, by the way, of course. Of course. We're all big fans of Linux over here. What is Hack the Planet? So if you type in !redeem and then space and then Hack the Planet, you can activate the little video clip. Okay, so yeah, so we can't access the cutscenes that the trees would normally do. I think what we need to do is we need to go back. So we can go back in the game by replacing the level over here. So it says B56 056 056. We can move the 56 over here, and then we can replace this with our... Can we replace it with our hit points? Is that going to be okay? Uh-oh, I died. Because I had 0 hit points. Okay, so we're now at level 7, and we need to make our way back. The film, by the way, is literally called Hackers. Yeah. Oh, Bangkok. Wait, how do you know, Game Boy? Okay, you pick a planet in the solar system and unleash a cyber arsenal against its native inhabitants. I mean, that's not what we do over here. But, anyways. Burma, okay. Welcome to the stream. So, let's see. I didn't do anything wrong. Is this the end? Mum. Okay. So we can traverse these first few levels pretty easily, because we've done them so many times. So we can move this here, move this over, and then get to the exit. I'm just trying to... Oh, we could pick up some more locusts as well. So the main focus of the game is just using your tile moving abilities with your wand over here to manipulate the puzzle so that you can get to the exit. You've got his, well, I mean, you didn't know what country he was in. So I don't know if you actually have his PC. Okay, well, we'll just exit because we're just trying to speedrun this. Because I want to get to the level with the traitorous lord, the snake guy. Or the snake woman. Okay, wait for the snake to pass by, and then get to the exit. Just a joke. No worries, no worries. Okay. Exit. And then... I think for this one... Well, we can just use the sword to kill off these monsters and then get to the exit. Okay, and then... Yeah, we've got this sword, we might as well use it. Okay, and then get to the exit. Okay, you should hack the game. You should hack the game. I mean, maybe I'll do that as a fun. I mean, I guess one thing that you could do for this game is to find where the data is stored. So the data for the items you have, or the level you're on, or the hit points you have, and you could manipulate those inside of some sort of hex editor. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be a very hard thing to do. Okay. Alright, and we can pick up a little locus here, and then exit. Just choose cheat engine like it's 2012. Yeah. Okay, kill off this thing. And then we can build a little bridge and get to the exit. 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 Mr. Moist, hello, nice to see you here. Received 100. Okay, okay. I think we can just sneak past. Go down. Yeah, just like this. Alright. So this is the room where I got the first item. So if you take a look at the brands, after every one of the cutscenes, they give you like a pattern of tiles to make. So if you just take away the stairs on this level, then you see this brand appear, and you can fall down and then get the original, well, you can get the item. This is where I picked up the little ice cube item that lets me talk to the boulders. Ghidra, I mean, I don't know if Ghidra is the right tool you would use in this case. I mean, the thing we need to do is we need to figure out where these values are stored. They might not be stored. They might be stored dynamically as well. Remain still and wait for 6 seconds. The exit will be revealed itself. So it's like, knock that chest over there 6 times in a row. This kind of thing comes up a few different times in the game, apparently. Remain still and wait for 6 seconds. The exit will reveal itself. Don't ask how I know. Okay, go here. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. And then wait. How are you running the game from the terminal? No. I mean, I'm running Windows. I'm running Windows, and on top of Windows, I run like a Kali Linux virtual machine. So I'm running the game from Windows. Okay, we can pick up a locus. Great. And then we need to kill off a bug. Exit. Okay. He's asking if the game is run local or web. Local or web? Well, I mean, I'm running this, yeah, from a local binary. I think we can just pick up one of these and then put this down. Okay, so I think this is where you encounter the snake guy, and we need to do something with his the idol. Yeah, this over here. The idol is over here. I guess we can talk with the snake. Oh, it's you again. I'm sorry. I was advised not to speak with you. Okay, and then we can BA Enzo. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And let's see. So you need to push the idol over here 23 times. I mean, this is the idol, right? Okay, that's 23 times. And we're supposed to wait a bunch of seconds. And let's see, Game Boy says, Haxer Miek Muse saying you're non-noob? What are we talking about? Okay, so the idol disappears, and now what? We talk to, it's just a dream. Okay, we can push these boulders. Voices. She doesn't even seem to mind that much. Okay, so what can we do? We can, I mean, we could build a bridge that goes up. That doesn't exactly let us exit the level. Do we just exit? Do we just exit the level? Because I don't see any way we could move, talk with the other boulder. Okay. This boulder says voices. This, my voice. And we'll try talking with the other boulders as well. I can only taste ash. Okay, this boulder says flesh. This boulder says leave, no one can leave. Mind. Okay, I guess we'll just leave. I'm fine, thank you, and you, and a new informative live stream, I can feel it. Abiyo, yeah, we're just gonna be warming up with our game for the next 30 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next topic. We're gonna be doing a bunch of beginner level demos. Okay, well, guess we'll just exit. So this is where we saw all of the snake screenshots that we needed to get to. Wait. Ah, okay, exit. I mean, if we just want to exit, it's pretty easy. We don't really care about getting extra lives. So I'm just trying to speedrun this because I want to get back to the chamber where we were before. Okay, so here we need to build a couple bridges. I think we need to... Whoops. We just need to build out like this. So if you've got 3 blocks that you can get access to, you can build a bridge to anywhere. So this is pretty straightforward if you don't want to collect the chest. Just crossover. Same thing with this one. Well, not... This one's not as easy. Because we gotta wait for the snake. Let me kill the snake to make it a little easier. Okay. Exit. Here, what we need to do is just pick up one of these empty tiles, or the glass tiles. We'll wait, get by the snake, put down the tile, exit. So here it's pretty easy if you kill off the bug over here. And we just build a bridge down like this. Okay. So here we can provide a little hole that the monster can fall through. And then exit. Okay. So we'll just wait for the monster to come here and fall in. Exiting's pretty... I can just use the sword to make it easier. Okay, so in this level, Cytax Max says it's Ramadan right now. I need to prepare for my fast. Goodbye, everybody. Yeah, Cytax Max, if you need to go and do some stuff, we'll be here for, another 5 hours or so. So if you're done with whatever you need to do, I might still be on. Okay, so, I think in this level we need to build downwards. And then build a bridge across like this. Because the glass bridges combined with the monster makes it a little bit more tricky to deal with. So there's this guy over here, and he offers to take all of my locusts. Traveling through these halls can get rather tiresome. There are, however, shortcuts that if you know about. If you hand over all of your locusts, I'll give you a hint on how to find one of them. We wouldn't that noggin of yours to be completely dull. So how about it, stranger? I've got 70 locusts, and I think I might be needing them, so I'm just going to exit. Okay, so here I think we need to make a hole for the monster to fall through, and then exit. Here we need to pick up one of these, and then build a bridge. We're just going to use the sword to make it a little bit easier to do this level. Pick up, make a bridge, exit. And I think if we just want to exit, it's not too difficult to do. We just need to pick up one of these tiles and then get to the exit. Ooh, this one. I think here, why is that tile sparkly? So if you see a sparkly tile, it means that there's a glass tile. If you see a sparkly tile, that means that an object is on top of a glass tile. And that means that the glass tile will break when the object leaves the tile. So... we'll pick up one of these. Then we'll go over here. And now we have all the tiles we need to build a little bridge. But this monster is going to come for me. I guess we need to... yeah, we need to bait the monster into falling. And then exit. Okay, great. I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close to the chamber where we need to make the pattern again. So I guess eventually I'm going to get good at making that pattern. Although it's not exactly the funnest thing to do. So the same puzzle we were doing at the beginning of the stream. Okay, and then, oh, this one. Okay, I think we just need to build a bridge across. And then up. And here we need to... I don't know if I screwed it up or not. Okay, just like this. So we can build down. If I make it look easy, it's because I've been playing these levels over and over again. I'm not sure how many hours I've got in this game. I think I've got something like 20 or 30 hours. This was the level. So we need to make that brand again. Let me take a look at the diagram. Too many hours. I mean, if you like a game, it doesn't really feel like a lot of work. So I think we'll just pick up these. We'll pick up one of these down here. And then here, pick this up. And what was the trick? Down, over. Still too many. They were enjoyable answers, so they don't feel so bad. I mean, yeah. If you enjoy doing something, then it's a lot easier. So I need to make... So these need to be solid. These need to be gone. So maybe I can... Uh-oh. I need to be able to pick up this tile. Okay, let me reset. Okay, go here, pick this up. I need to be able to face... Pick this up and then put this down. Yeah. And then over. Down. Pick this up. Then go down, put this down. Pick up the stairs, and then exit down the hole. Okay, okay, so I did it again. Great. So the seal should have been unsealed, right? A strange seal, you can't get any closer to it. Suddenly you hear the distant voice. Seek what remains of the first traitorous lord. Push the lorn idol, guarding their weakness 23 times. Then remain still and wait and wait. The first seal will be severed. Wait, I did it. I did that. Push the lorn idol, guarding their weakness 23 times, then remain still and wait. The first seal will be severed. Push the lorn idol, guarding their weakness 23 times. Was I supposed to... Oh, maybe I was supposed to talk to... Maybe I was supposed to talk to the snake lady after we did it. Wait and wait. The first seal will be severed. Were we supposed to wait longer? I mean, we saw the idol disappear. I'm gonna have to go back to that chamber again. Okay. Anyways. You did well to find your way here. Figuring out the brands is only the first step. Wait and makes me sus of longer waiting. Well, think where you can draw them. That's how you bend these halls to your will. Maybe I was supposed to pick up something. I mean, I can pick up the stairs. Oh, no. The first seal will be severed. Alright. So I guess we need to make our way back to that chamber then. Well, 56. Hold on. So before I do this, I'll put the stairs over here so we don't die instantaneously. I wonder what happens if we put in a value for our hit points that is over 10. 56 seems to be okay. I guess 56 is an okay number. Well, okay, so apparently we didn't do it the right way, so we have to do it again. It's a good thing I'm good at doing these first few levels over and over again. Just want to get back to that place. Wait for the snake. Okay, and then exit, exit, exit. Sorry if I'm not doing a great job explaining what's going on here. I'm just trying to finish these levels as quickly as possible. Okay, and then okay. Okay. So this level we skipped last time. We can build down here, but why Lord Ad decided to leave void? Only these halls recall the answer to that question. Don't ask how I know. Okay, so I think this was a bait. We are actually supposed to build down here instead. Okay, and then down. Ooh, this level. It's actually surprisingly easy to die on this level. By getting stuck somewhere. Okay, you're not doing CTFs? We're going to be doing CTF stuff in about 15 minutes or so. We're just warming up in the first hour with our puzzle game. But Eli, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we should be coming on that chamber in just, well, the one with the snake in just a little bit. Here we go. Okay, so we need to push this idol 23 times. 10, 20, and that's 3. Okay, good to know, and yes, hello, nice to see you again. Yeah, no worries. Eli, are you a cybersecurity student, or are you working in cybersecurity? Just wondering why you were recommended the channel. Okay, so the thing disappears, and now maybe I can talk. Oh, it's you again. I'm sorry, I was advised not to speak with you. and then they don't talk again. What else could I do on this level? The only other thing I can think of is like maybe taking a dive off the cliff. The only other thing we can do is we could start building up towards the ceiling, but it really doesn't accomplish very much. She doesn't seem to mind. Okay. Who did I pray to? Who did I pray to? It's so hard to move. Because I'm thinking maybe what we need to do is we need to use a sword to cut off the tail. I was learning cybersecurity, now I'm looking for a job, and I saw you in another live that you were viewing and came to your channel. Oh, okay. What kind of job in cybersecurity are you looking for, Eli? Are you looking for something in pen testing or something defensive oriented? Something for the SOC maybe? So maybe, she doesn't seem to mind. Maybe we can push these boulders off, but we still can't get to the top of the screen. We could put them... we can't build up anymore. Die. Sing for me. Okay, we'll try talking. They won't talk. So, do we need to wait some more? How does this game help, and what skills can you get? I mean, this game it's a puzzle game, so it's about... I guess what we could get from this game is learning about different problem-solving techniques, because, you know, these puzzle games usually require you to think outside the box or inside the system. And as security professionals, we're always thinking about how we can solve problems. Can you remove the store beneath the stone? I don't think we can. So if you try to remove the store, the tile beneath the stone, you just talk to the stone. So what else could we do? We can't build out to the left or right over here. If we could, it would be a lot better. Maybe I need to reset. So I'll try falling off. Okay, and then it just resets. Does the dialogue reset? No, it doesn't reset. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3. And then wait and wait and wait. I said PT. PT as in part-time or penetration tester? Do you mean penetration tester? I mean, in that case, I mean, we do have advice for how to train for doing security testing, and yeah, I mean, we've got all of our education resources over here as well. If you want to take a look at those links. So maybe we need to wait longer. So it said wait and wait and wait. It said wait and wait and wait, and then the seal will be severed, or something like that. I really hope that we don't need to. The wait, and it said wait and wait. Yeah. So I'm not too sure how long we have to wait, or if we have to wait like standing still, or if we need to wait, you know, if it doesn't mind us like, you know, moving around. Well, we could pick up this. We could pick up this tile. It doesn't really do very much for us. Let me think about all the other tiles on this particular level. We can't pick up the walls and move through there. We could pick up the stairs and put them somewhere else. I don't know if that helps us or not. We could push some boulders into some holes. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just trying to solve a little puzzle here. We're trying to figure out how to solve the meta puzzle to progress through the game, and this is Void Stranger. So we tried talking to the boulders, as many as we could. We don't have access to the boulders on the right side of the screen at the top, because they're arranged in such a way that we can't really move them around. Oh, you know, one funny thing about this level is that if you move the boulder on top of the stairs, then the snake lady will remove it for you. Sorry, I enjoyed talking with you, but I don't want to anger B either. B? Please leave. Okay, so they got rid of the boulder on top of the stairs. Okay. What happened to my face? Oh, they moved the boulder up here as well. How long have I been here? Free me. I can't hear my voice. So we can push this. Yeah, it seems like we can remove these tiles, put them here. We could take the stairs away. Oh, you know what? So the snake lady removed the boulder after we moved the boulder on top of removed the boulder after we moved the boulder on top of the stairs. You should be able to get to the tip of her tail now. How? How can we get to the tip of the tail? We need to be able to build out to the right from the top to do that. Sick in the mind. Hello, what is up? I can't hear my voice. Let me try resetting the level one more time. It said wait and wait and wait. Do you have wings? Do you have the wings? Oh, we don't have the wings. So the wings are another item that you can get in one of the chambers. Yeah, okay. So I guess what we need to do is we need to get the other items. You need to drink the milk from the two melons. No. That's not something we're going to be doing. Anyways, so I guess what we need to do is we need to get another item. I guess that means we need to do like a level skip or something. Okay. So we're just going to try to speedrun this. So what could we do? I guess we'll just progress as normal then. Okay. So just speedrun this as fast as possible. What do we got? We only have 2 minutes left. Okay. Well, we'll see how far we can get in about 2 minutes. I think this is the one where we need to build out. Whoops. Okay. I guess the saga continues, and I guess the next time we meet up, I'll have gotten the extra item that we need to kill off this snake lady. Okay, and then get to the exit. So what are we doing in just a little bit? We're going to be doing some very easy challenges from Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is probably my favorite website for introducing people to very, very easy tech concepts. And that's what we're going to be doing in about a minute or so. So pick up one of these. Okay. Crossover, exit. Kill the bug. Grab one of these. Up, down, up, down. Oh. Make a little hole for this guy to fall through. Okay, and then trick this guy to fall in the hole. Get to the exit. Okay, so we'll just finish this level and then we'll move on to the next topic. Okay, and now we will exit and we'll move on to the next thing. Thank you very much to everybody who stuck around for the gaming part of today's stream, but we're going to be moving away from the gaming and we're going to be doing some easy challenges. So let's talk about it. I think what I need to do is, so if you're wondering what we're doing now, we're doing Hack the Web, and if you want to join along with us, it's a pretty easy website to get into. Hello from Virginia. Hello, Aiden. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, so let me set that up. So walkthroughs, gonna be getting the ones for Hack the Web. I think the ones we're doing today are, don't forget the topic and the clock. Yeah, okay, so let me set 60 minutes for the clock, and I will change the topic from topic 1 to topic 2. Thank you for the reminder, SysOS, thank you. Demo HTW123. So if you want to do this, do the activities along with us, but you don't want to make an account, you can use the credentials demo and HTW123 to log in. Okay, so let me get them. We're going to be doing tree. We're going to be doing calculator 2. Let me search for that. Calculator 2, where is it? Here it is. Calculator 2, we're also going to be doing Minecraft 2. It's like 116 or something, right? Minecraft 2. Here it is. Okay. And we're also going to be doing something called color. Colors. Yeah. And is that it? Oh, there was another one called matrix. So I'm going to be doing 5 demonstrations today. And we're eventually going to be turning these into YouTube videos. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, so let's do calculator 2 first. So let me pull up my presentation files for these. Okay, this one's for tree. This one's for calculator 2. This one is for Minecraft 2. This one is for colors. And this one is for matrix. Okay, let's start. Calculator 2, let's just drag it over here. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Calculator 2 challenge from Hack the Web. The description for the challenge says, "Oh my God, is that a message from my parents? Gasp. Give me a moment to process this. I haven't heard from them in so long. Please keep going." There was a second hint. And what we're given here is we're given a value of 10,000. So we're given a value of 10,000. We're also presented with this calculator here. So the calculator is the same as the calculator in the previous calculator challenge. Let's talk a little bit more about this before we solve the challenge. So in this challenge, we're given a value, 10,000. We're also given a calculator that can only input 1-digit numbers. So if you inspect the calculator, we need to press the buttons on the calculator to do the operations in order to have it display the target number. And in this case, the target number is 10,000, but we can only do 1-digit calculations. So what we'd want to do is we would do it with like 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or we could do like 100 times, I don't know, like 100 times 100 to get 100,000. But what we have to do here is we have to put in 1 digit at a time. So we can calculate a few different ways to arrive at 10,000. A simple way to think of it is 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or 10 to the 4th power. But what we can do is we can reduce it to 1-digit operations, 2 times 5 times 2 times 5 times 2 times 5 times 2 times 5. So one thing we need to understand about multiplication is that it doesn't matter what the order in which you multiply, it'll always arrive at the same sum. Or I guess it's not really called a sum in multiplication, but it's the same result. So in the calculator challenge here, calculator 2, we have to understand multiplication and associativity. And one lesson we can take away from this challenge is that if a math equation only involves multiplication operations, then the order of the operation doesn't matter. So 2 times 5 times 3 equals 30, and 3 times 5 times 2 equals 30. So you do not need the brackets. I mean, the brackets are more there to let you, as a person, kind of divide up the space. So what we want to understand is that 2 times 5 is 10, and one way we could do this is 10 times 10 times 10 times 10. But if we put it in the order 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5, it also arrives at the same answer. So let's go ahead and do that at the challenge. So it's 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5. And we get 10,000. So what is displayed here is the answer for the challenge, which is hold U. So we can just go to the answer submission field here, type in hold U, and then click go. And hold U is correct. All right, everybody, I hope you learned something there. This was the Calculator 2 challenge from the Hack the Web education website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So like I said, Hack the Web is a very good website to introduce to young people. What is this? Day 4 on the Intergalactica. I mean, here's a story segment. I guess we can read it. After 4 slices of pizza, I'm completely full. The buffet is really good. I can't even imagine how insane the food in first class must be. This morning, I showed that a new person a few hacking things. After that, I went to the games area. There's always something going on there, and I don't feel so alone. 2 boys tried their hand at hollow chess, but they had no clue what the rules were. I don't know. Maybe I could teach them? Should I go over and ask something like, hey, we don't know each other, but I'd like to explain the rules, because I can't stand watching you two move the pieces around pointlessly? No idea. Maybe some other time. Eli says you can also change the value in the element inspect. Oh, really? I didn't know that was an option. Let me give that a try. Okay, so we go to calculator, and then we go over to element inspect. Grepitaf, hello, hi, what is up? What is up? So we go over here and we go inspect, and we can, let's see, here's the calculator div. So right now we've got 0, we got the buttons, and so Eli, where would you, which part of the code would you modify inside the inspector? Just change the 0 value to 10,000. So where is the 0 value? Is this 0? No, this is the 0 button over here. This is the 0 button that we're looking at, yeah. Change a button value, no, the button one. Okay, so we'll go up. Decimal clear, button, calculate button, up. Class calculator, oh, display, okay. So the display we can change to 10,000. Okay, so we change this to 10,000. And then just click on the equal sign, I guess. We'll give that a try. Equals. Okay, yeah, that was a way to cheese it. Awesome. Yeah, that's another way you could do it. Thank you very much for letting us know about that, Eli. I guess I should probably like pay more attention to this kind of stuff as well, because you know we are hackers and we're trying to find different ways to break the systems, right? Anyways, we'll move on to the next challenge. So that was the calculator challenge. We'll go back. And we'll do the next challenge, which is Minecraft 2. So let me go ahead and get that set up. Minecraft 2. Okay, over here. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Minecraft 2 challenge from Hack the Web. So the description for the challenge says, some people build really crazy things in Minecraft like a computer. Yes, you heard that right, in Minecraft. And then some adults still say that Minecraft isn't a useful thing. What do they know? In this picture, you can see a few blocks for that. Okay, and we've got a picture of some screen in Minecraft. So it says our craft. Minecraft or our craft, of course. Okay, Eli says, that's what I also like about cybersecurity, to think outside the box. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we certainly try to think outside the box when we can. All right, so we've got a picture of something. If we didn't know what this was in Minecraft, we would have to do some research to figure it out. So the final sentence in the challenge says, the name of this category of blocks is your answer. So what we need to do is we need to do some research about these blocks inside of Minecraft. So we're going to pretend that we don't know anything about Minecraft, and let's explain. So Hack the Web Minecraft 2. In this challenge, we're told to identify a category of blocks from the Minecraft game. If we didn't know anything about Minecraft, we can use OSINT to research the answer. So OSINT is something that comes up a few different times in these challenges. What is OSINT? So OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, and it is the act of learning about a subject through publicly available information sources. SysOS says, so we look up categories of Minecraft blocks. How many could there possibly be? Well, I mean a lot. A lot. Okay, so for example, if we wanted to use OSINT to learn about Elvis Presley, this handsome young man over here, we could search online, we could read books written about him, we could listen to his music. Any public source of information could be considered a valid source in OSINT. So it's basically using your public search skills. PPX, hello, what's good, my friend? How are you doing? How's your day going so far? Yeah, we're just doing some demonstrations for some easy challenges over at Hack the Web. Okay, so for this, what we can do is something called a reverse image search. In this case, you can use a reverse image search tool to identify what category these blocks fall under. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to do inside of Google. So what we want to do is we want to go back to the challenge, and we want to get the file address or the link for this picture. So we'll right click, we'll click on copy image link, and then we'll go over to Google, google.com. Young man, he's a pop idol from the 1950s, wasn't he? Well, I mean, he was a young man in the picture. A young man in the picture. Of course, some people think that Elvis is still alive, but that's something you see in your tabloid newspapers. Okay, so inside of Google, what we can do is a image search. So to access the image search, we click on the camera, search my image, and then what we can do is we can paste in an image link. So we copied it, and then we paste it in, and then we click on search. So we upload the photo, and then we'll just go down to the search results, and the AI overview tells us that the image depicts a redstone comparator circuit in Minecraft. So this setup appears to be a redstone pulse extender or a comparator decay circuit. I mean, the fact that the AI is able to identify exactly what this is inside of Minecraft it's pretty remarkable. But if we didn't know, we could also ask some follow-up questions. So it said redstone. So redstone might be the category of blocks. But we can also ask a little bit more inside of here and ask the question, what is the category of blocks depicted in the image? And it'll probably tell us that it is redstone components. Okay, so it says redstone components. And what we can do is we can supply this as the answer for the challenge. Redstone. Okay, and go. And redstone is correct. Saint of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. Gameboy says redstone components. Sick of the Mind says it doesn't know because that's what it does. It knows off the text in the search archives. Yeah, I guess I mean, it doesn't. It's not like it's not really thinking, but what it is doing is it's. So if you've got like an image that is kind of like this, it'll take a look at the articles and the text on other web pages that have these kind of images, and it'll make a guess at what it thinks it is. Okay, so I think I've got a couple more slides here. So what we're doing here is we're making use of some AI assistance as well. And we can confirm the answer by asking the AI the question asked by the challenge. So what category of blocks do these blocks fall under? and we get an answer something like redstone category. Okay, so we'll supply, yeah, we supplied the answer. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Minecraft 2 challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. But yeah, so we got 3 more challenges to work through. And the next one is going to be Matrix. This one, I wasn't really able to. It's a very, very simple challenge, and you'll see in just a bit. But I think the people in the chat might know a little more than I do on how we could manipulate the JavaScript for this challenge. Okay, Eli says, how would you approach gathering information about a company when preparing for a job interview? Well, I mean, you would probably do some OSINT yourself on the company. You could look for LinkedIn. Well, let's talk a little bit about this because we've got a bit of time. We'll call this chatting.txt. So we're talking about doing research on a company for a job interview. I mean, the usual sources are stuff like Google. You could look at LinkedIn. You could ask the AI. You could look for people who, well, you can also look for other people who work at the company. Oh, well, this search for employees. Let's see, DieDev says, I'd use Maltego. Maltego. I don't think I've used Maltego before. Well, I mean, I know I haven't used Maltego before because I don't really know what it is. But let me search it up. Maltego. Maltego's an OSINT. Oh, it's an OSINT platform. OSINT and cybersecurity investigations platform. I mean, the important thing to figure out when you're trying to do research on a company for a job interview is to figure out the following things. What does the company do? Where is the company located? So, I mean, you don't necessarily need to know the street, but you should know like the country that it's in. Maybe, yeah, the country it's in, the city it's in. Maybe do a little bit of research on what is the mission statement of the company. Are they legit? Yeah. Is this company well known? Does it have a good reputation? I guess the other thing you could do is you could do some research on stuff like Glassdoor. That's Glassdoor is the website where you can leave reviews for the companies you worked at, right? Anything 5-star review is fake. Glassdoor reviews, sick in the mind. Yeah, we're thinking the same stuff. Did they have a high turnover rate? Do they have a high turnover rate? And I guess another thing that you could try to figure out is the department. Find out about the department you would be working in. Maybe find out about who are the other people there. If it's a small department, of course. If it's a really big company, it would be a lot more difficult. The other thing you could do is you could try asking questions. I mean, I'm not too sure if you would randomly solicit people from the company. Maybe that's a bad idea. Find out if they have breach dumps. Oh yeah, I mean, you could also find out if the company has been breached before. We're talking about like data leaks. You could probably find out something like that from Have I Been Pwned? Second the Mind says, Hunter.io is a good source for finding contacts at a place to look up. Hunter.io. I'm not really too familiar with that app either, but yeah, Eli, you can check that out as well. Eli says, in an interview, if you're asked how you would gather information about an organization in a black box scenario, how should you approach answering that? I mean, gathering information about an organization. I mean, we've been talking about just this kind of thing, right? You would use all the usual suspects, stuff like Google, stuff like LinkedIn. Maybe you'd ask the AI about information that it has on the company. You could use sites like Multigo, Glassdoor, Have I Been Pwned. You could try to figure out all of these kind of questions as well. But I guess if you're doing it from like if you're talking specifically about like black box research about companies, you would try to figure out if the employees that are currently working there have had their passwords breached, and to try to figure out what their usernames and passwords might be for like a password spray attack. Sick of the Mind says you can create a free account. It can show you hundreds of contacts, their roles, but it doesn't. But just don't randomly email these people. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of poor form to reach out to people out of the blue, because I mean, because it really does feel like you're using them to try to find out information about the company for your interview, and that doesn't feel very good. Don't password spray their accounts. I mean, yeah, don't password spray the accounts if you're trying to do an interview. I mean, this might be something that you might do for like a pen test or something. I don't know many people who do red teaming like that, but it's more something that you would do for like a red team exercise more than like a regular pen test. Regular pen tests don't usually have people doing password sprays of like breached credentials or whatever. Sick in the Mind says I have. Well, I kind of believe that, Sick in the Mind. Let's see. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Ban Jekela. Thank you. Pen testers do that. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. But I think of it more as something that you would be expected to do like in like a red team scenario. Anyways, let's move on to the next thing. We've got a few more demos to do today. So tree. Okay. I think the next one we're doing is it Matrix? Yeah, the next one we're doing is Matrix. Their engagement, red teamers will keep creds and just not tell you. Their engagement is always ongoing. I mean, the thing about red teamers is that red team engagements usually go on for a very long period of time compared to pen tests. Pen tests are usually like 7 days. 7 days is a long pen test. Your shorter pen tests are only going to last for like 2 or 3 days. Okay, so let's do the Matrix challenge. So where is it? Color, nope. Matrix, okay. Let me drag this over here, and then I'll do the demo. We're done with the Minecraft one. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Matrix challenge from Hack the Web. So the description for the challenge says, there's a word hidden in the background of the matrix. Look close and pay attention to the shadows. So we've got a link for this for like a specific website. We'll go ahead and take a look over here. And yeah, so this is their familiar matrix falling bits, but there's also a word in the background. Ban J. Kella, hello, nice to see you here. Sick of the Mind says, my longest pen test was 6 weeks. 6-week pen test, geez. But generally, external 3 days max, internal site, single site 1 to 2 weeks, give or take, depending on size. Multi-site, multiple weeks. I mean, I guess it really depends on the scope, because the scope might have thousands of endpoints, or it might have a few endpoints. The fewer the endpoints, the faster the pen test is going to go generally, right? Sick of the Mind says vector. Yeah, so we see a word in the background here. It's vector, VECTOR, and I think what they're referring to is the vector graphics that are being layered on top of each other. Or actually, well, I mean, the background is probably not a vector graphic. The actual text is probably a vector graphic. And we'll talk a little bit about this. It's not a super complicated challenge. Okay, so in this challenge, we're told to visit a website. We're told to visit a website and pay attention to the shadows. So on the website, what we're dealing with there is some vector graphics layering. And when we visit the website, we see an animated background with a word in the foreground. So I think it would be nice to be able to... first of all, let's go ahead and finish the challenge. So over at Matrix, we will type in the word vector with a capital V. Go. Okay, Searson, okay, teach me how to be a pen tester. I mean, Second of Mind could probably teach you how to be a pen tester. We've got a lot of education resources here as well. We also have like a Get Into Cyber website that you can take a look at. And it's moved over to Reddit now from the GitHub, because GitHub didn't like all the traffic to the same page. It really didn't like it. Okay, so vector is correct. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Matrix Challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so before we move on, Searson, okay, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. We'll go back to the challenge, and we'll see if we can, what is the word? We'll see if we can deactivate. So if we deactivate the falling background, and the background color is black, then we won't be able to read the vector graphic. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could download the vector graphic file, and then, but I'm not too sure if we can locate the source for that. Let's take a look at the page source. Make the background white. I mean, I suppose we could. So let's see. So background black, overflow hidden. Can we modify the web page directly in here? Download the image. Searson, how is it like in the real world of pen testing? I mean, I can answer some of those questions as well. Not here, but in the inspector, yes. So I mean, we could take a look at this page in like inspector mode. So we got inspector mode. So this is an implementation of the green code seen in the matrix. So we got two script files. And we don't actually have like a reference to the vector graphic that's being loaded in. Maybe we could figure it out if we go to the network tab and then reload the page. Okay, so we see a lot of stuff. We're looking for like a vector graphic. Is it this one? No, that's a fave icon. So we gotta, okay, so this, oh, funny. So the JPEG here is what's loaded in. So if you go to the network tab and then reload the page, then the actual JPEG that's layered on top of the screen is one of the files that's loaded in. And you can select it and then see the answer directly. Awesome. Okay. Banjakilla says, I'm new at pen testing. What do you recommend me to do? What should I focus on? Well, I mean, Banjakilla, that really depends on what you already know. So do you already know, like, your basic computer networking? Do you know about tech in general? I recommend to people visit the website over here, Get Into Cyber, and take a look at the links over there. So the one big distinction that people make when you're getting into pen testing is whether or not you want to do network pen testing or web app pen testing. There's a lot more positions available for people who are doing web app pen testing, and even more, maybe even more for like very niche types of pen testing, like cloud pen testing or like mobile. Maybe not mobile, but definitely cloud. A lot of people are looking for cloud stuff. Okay, I know the basics and I want to do web pen testing. Take a look at the education links. I'll leave the link in the chat. So go over to the education page there and then click on like web pen testing. And I have a lot of resources you can take a look at there. The most important resource for web pen testing is probably going to be something like Portswigger Academy. That's probably the best website to learn about web pen testing. Let's see, portswigger.net, web security, this one over here. Okay, let's do another one of these challenges. I got 2 more to go. That's matrix, and is the next one tree? Hold on. The next one is tree. Okay, so we'll do tree, and then we'll do color, and then we'll finish up for this one. Banjakela says, I've done almost 60% of it. Sick in the Mind says, I love when people are vague and ambiguous about their skills. I mean, if you've done 60% of the labs over at Portswigger Academy, what I would aim for, if you really want to get hired as a web app security tester, you definitely want to get certified. So if you have the certification, so the certification for Portswigger is, what is it called? Burp Suite Certified Professional. And if you have this certification, you are more than qualified to do web app security testing as a job. It basically proves that you're able to do all the attacks for a lot of these common web app vulnerabilities. And the money. And the money? Which money are we talking about? The money for the certification? The certification isn't super expensive. It's about $100, I think. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 120. Is it like 100, between $100 and $125 USD? And I mean, the difficult thing about getting the certification is that you probably need to have the pro version of Burp Suite in order to do some of the labs. Yeah, $99 for the cert, $475 for the pro license. But I mean, if you're working as a web app security tester, you definitely need to have the pro version of Burp Suite to do your stuff. Still $1,000 cheaper than OSWA. Yeah, it's definitely cheaper than the offensive security certifications. Okay, Gameboy says most of the money comes from reverse engineering. I mean, if you're interested in reverse engineering, not everybody is. Everybody in cybersecurity is usually highly specialized. So the people who do reverse engineering are usually not the people who do web app pen testing, are usually not the people who do like digital forensics, but sometimes the roles do overlap. Reverse engineering still pays about the same as pen testing. Does it? I don't know very much about comparative salaries in cybersecurity, but I'll believe I'd believe you, Sick in the Mind, because you seem to. I mean, you've been in the industry for such a long time. Okay, so that was Matrix. Let's do the tree. Was it? Yeah, the tree challenge. Okay, so tree. Gameboy says not true. Second of Mind says AppSec pen testing still pays more than network pen testing. Does web app pen testing pay more than network pen testing? Really? Huh. Well, I mean, I know that there are a lot more positions available, or there are a lot more people hiring to do web app pen testing over like network stuff, because everybody's deploying a web app, but not everybody has a big infrastructure to do pen testing against. All right, everybody, this is the tree challenge from Hack the Web. So let's take a look at the description for this challenge. So I really miss nature. It's a pity that there's no park or garden here on the spaceship. I hope I don't go crazy, monkey emoji. Haha, it's not quite that bad yet. Speaking of nature, here's a picture of a tree taken on Earth in the Europe area. The plants there are completely different from ours, and the name of this tree species is your answer. So you're given a picture of a tree, and what you need to figure out is what kind of tree this is. And that's going to be the answer. So we're dealing with more Google reverse image searching for this challenge. Let's talk about it. Okay, so Gameboy says reverse engineering gets more money and you get the job really fast. I've heard kind of the opposite. I've heard that there are not very many reverse engineering roles, but I mean this is just stuff that I've heard from other people. The reality I'm not really too sure of. SysOS says that web pen testing is like 80% of the work with 80% of the risks. What is the monthly salary that we are talking about for web pen testing? I mean, I don't like throwing around numbers. Okay, let's see. Second line says the Google machine and the ZipRecruiter says 136K to 190K US for varying on location and specialization. Are we talking about web pen testing? Okay, so anyways, the tree challenge. In this challenge, we're told to identify a tree species, and we're given a picture of a tree. So what we can do here is we can do some reverse image search. So if we don't know much about trees, the easiest way to identify this tree is by using reverse image search, and I'll demonstrate how to do that. So the first thing you would want to do is go over and copy the link for this image. So just right-click on the image, select Copy Image Link, and then go over to google.com. So it doesn't have to be google.com, but google.com is probably the most convenient reverse image search tool. After you get onto Google, you'll see a camera icon that that displays search by image. You can click on that, and then you can paste in the image link. So paste in the image link that you got from the tree, click on search, and then we've got the tree over here. All we need to do is scroll down and it'll tell us what the probable match is. So it says the image features a horse chestnut tree located along a street. Okay, so Google, or the Google reverse image search, tells us that this is a horse chestnut tree. So one thing we could do to verify whether or not this is actually the tree in question is to do a little search of our own, looking for horse chestnut tree. So just copy this, go over to Google again, or whatever website you want to use, horse chestnut tree, search for that, and then look at the images. So what we're looking for is we're looking for a match. So the tree looks kind of similar. Of course, it's kind of tough because most people are not very good at identifying trees. So if we look at this tree, trees.com, huh? Visit horse chestnut tree. So does this look similar? One tree looks about the same as any other tree to me, but I'll trust the AI in this case, and we'll go back to the challenge, and we'll give the answer horse chestnut tree, or horse chestnut. That's the species. Okay, horse chestnut is wrong. Or is it horse chestnut tree? Hold on. I think I might have copied this wrong incorrectly. Do they want capitalization? Okay, let me do this one more time. So this image features a horse chestnut tree. Maybe we'll use the Latin name. Latin name, and then paste that in. That's curious. Am I using... I solved this the other day and it was, just try chestnut. Chestnut is wrong. Let me take a look at the Wikipedia article for this page. for the horse chestnut. Maybe it's got another name. Okay, so genus of flowering plants. Okay, so the common names are horse chestnut or horse chestnut, and known as the buckeye. So we'll try horse chestnut with the with the dash maybe. Horse chestnut is correct. Okay, they wanted the dash for some reason. Sometimes these systems are very particular. All right, so I think, do we have any? Okay. I've got a couple more things to talk about this. So we don't know much about trees. The easiest way to identify the tree is by using reverse image search. We get the answer and a few facts about the tree. If we wanted to confirm, we could look for more pictures of this tree to compare with. So one thing that we need to understand is that if we want to identify plants, animals, or geographic locations, we can take a picture of whatever we want to identify, and we can put it in the reverse image search, and we might be able to identify what the animal, the plant, or the fruit, or whatever it is. It's a very handy-dandy way to look stuff up. Eli says the tree, you can also inspect it by looking at the same image. The image source, the name is there. Oh, really? Huh. Okay, so let's give that a try. Let's give it a try. So if we go over to the tree challenge and then you copy the image link and then download it. So we'll download it over here. Okay, it says Ross can. Is this the German name? This might be the German name for the tree. If we go over to Google and search for this, let's just do like a general search for this term. Okay. So yeah, that's the name of the file actually points us to this, but of course it's in German because the website is originally in German. Okay, awesome. Ross Castani, Ross Tuscany, or something. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that if you can solve the challenge in more than one way. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could take a look at the EXIF information for this. So EXIF tool on this thing. Of course, it's not really going to tell us the name of the tree in here. Anyways, we'll move on to the next challenge. Castani. Okay, thank you very much. Probably Kastanjetrad in my language, Swedish. Mummerolf, wait, are you from Panako Panko stream? I remember seeing your name. I think I might have seen your name there. Nice to see some Panako Panko viewers in my chat. Thank you. Wow. Anyways, let's move on to the last challenge we're doing today. So the last challenge we're doing today is the colors challenge. And let me pull that up. Yes, okay, great. Okay, so the color challenge, oh, it's just called color. Okay, my bad. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the color challenge from Hack the Web. Let's take a look at the description for the challenge. So I remember a world full of colors, but my eyes are getting weaker with age, and I feel like I'm less able to distinguish between them. Help me out and tell me which of the 140 web colors can be seen here. So we're given a color swatch, and it says the name of this color is your answer. So if we go down here, we see a color swatch. This looks like some sort of purple to me. And we also have the color code. So the color code is going to be a hash symbol and then 3 hexadecimal digits, or a set of 3 hexadecimal digits with 2 numbers each. Anyways, let's talk a little bit more about this. Looks like puce to me. Puce is such a gross word. Okay, so hack the web color. In this challenge, we're told to identify a color, and we're also given a code. And what we're dealing with is we're dealing with color codes. Haskastani, Hastaskani, Haskas. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm casting some magic spell. Haskastani. Is that how you pronounce it? Let us know. Okay, so we're talking about color codes. In computer programs, it's common to assign colors to different hexadecimal codes depending on how much green, red, green, and blue light is present in the color. So if we break down the color code that we're given, we see that it's indicating a certain amount of red, green, and blue light. So if this is the code here, 663399, the first two digits are the red in the color, the next two digits are the green in the color, and the last two digits are the blue in the color. So 66 refers to red, 33 refers to green, and 99 refers to blue. Casting spells and stuff. That's how you know it's German, because you're casting spells. I mean, one of these days I should learn some European languages. Maybe I should start with French, since Canada and the French language is so closely associated. Game Boy 7 says Rebecca Purple. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. But we're just trying to explain what's going on in the challenge while we do the walkthrough. So if we look at the resulting color for the code 000000, then the color is black. That means that there's no light values. So what we're dealing with is we're dealing with how much red, green, and blue light is in the color. So in black, there isn't any red, green, or blue light. Dadev says, you already know English, and that is a European language. That is true. That is true. English is a European language. Although England is not in the European Union, strangely enough. Anyways, color codes. If you look at the resulting color code for FFFF, FFFFFF, the color is white, which means these are full light values. So there's maximum red, maximum green, and maximum blue. SysOS says, English is a collection of sounds masquerading as a language. I guess you could say that. I mean, some people say that English is poorly pronounced French because there's so much French influence in English as well. There are a lot of French words in English. So if we take a look at the codes for FF in the first set, FF in the second set, and FF in the third set, they correspond to pure red, pure green, and pure blue, respectively. SysOS says it's also full of Dutch and many other languages. I've heard that Dutch is the closest language to English among all the European languages. So if you were looking for a language that sounds the most like English, it would be Dutch. That's what I've heard. F is the max value in the hex code for 16 bits. Brings me back to the days of GeoCities and AngelFire websites. I guess it kind of does. It also talks a lot about like website design in general, because you assign your colors for your website using these color codes. Okay, so what we're talking about in this case is we're talking specifically about web colors. Although there are 16,775,216 possible combinations for hex color codes, there are only 140 supported colors for web pages, sometimes referred to as web colors. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, also my crazy instructor in college. Ancestry, Fries is closest to English, and Dutch is close to both, or so I was told by a linguist. Yeah, I mean, I think that linguistics is a very interesting field, and sometimes I watch a lot of linguistic videos on YouTube when I've got some free time. Okay, so we're talking about looking up the color codes in this case. So we can search for the color code and get the name for it and solve the challenge. So all we need to do is we need to search for the color code in a search engine. It'll probably tell us exactly what we're looking for. So in our case, we're looking for color code hash 669933. That's the number, right? Yeah, I think so. Nope, I think I got it wrong. Hold on, let me go back and look at 663399. Oh, 663399, okay. 663399. Okay, and we're told that this is Rebecca Purple hex color. Rebecca Purple. I mean, we could also look up Rebecca Purple hex code, and we need to make sure that it's the same. So 663399, this is what we're looking for. Okay, so let's see. Segfall says, yo, what's up? We're just finishing up this demonstration for challenges over at Hack the Web. Second line says he was teaching programs with primary and secondary colors in the dark, blue background, yellow, magenta, green fonts. Was dumb. We always had headaches leaving his class. Okay, in Chrome, Firefox or W3 source, Rebecca Purple, annoying Twitch ad. Oh, sorry everybody. I mean, we do have these ads. If I catch the ad, I usually stop what I'm doing. Anyways, let's go back to the challenge. So if we know this is Rebecca Purple, we'll go back to the challenge. We will type in Rebecca Purple and then click go. And that is correct. Okay, so it says the color was named in memory of the late daughter of CSS developer Eric A. Meyer and is featured in the new CSS logo. Really? Let's take a look. I don't see Rebecca Purple in here. Hold on. Was there... Am I being trolled? Is the color supposed to be in here? Okay. Named in the memory of Rebecca Meyer, the daughter of web designer Eric Meyer, who passed away at age 6 and serves as a tribute to her and a symbol of compassion within the web development community. Huh. Wait, is Rebecca Purple this color right here? Because this is a very different shade of color than this. But I mean, I believe it. I believe that it was named after the guy's daughter. Oh, it was daughter's favorite color. Okay, okay. Thank you very much for the trivia. Okay, is there anything else I'm saying over here? Okay, all right. All right, everybody. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's move on. Yeah, F cancer, respectfully, of course. I mean, it always sounds like we're only a few years away from finding a cure to cancer, but I mean, we're always a few years away from getting like fusion power, and we're always a few years from whatever AGI, artificial general intelligence, all that other good stuff. But the future will come someday, hopefully. Okay, so I think we're done. So one more time, if you have a young person in your life who's looking to get into tech, or I mean, even if you're like a beginner who's looking to get into tech, this is a really good website for challenging yourself. There are some tricky challenges on this website as well. RGB 102, 51, 153, purple, Rebecca Purple. Game Boy, yes. Okay, my name is Tito. Hello. Speaking of cancer, did you hear about the guy who got a cure for his dog in Australia? Like a cure for dog cancer? I mean, a lot of animals pass away of old age because they develop cancer. For cancer, yeah, did it all with the GPT. Some sort of GPT developed a cure for cancer in dogs. I haven't heard about that. Oh, interesting. Let me take a look on X over here. I'll do it in a separate browser tab because you have to be careful, and we do security over here. Australian tech entrepreneur call Paul something something explains how he used ChatGPT to create a custom mRNA vaccine to treat his dog's cancer tumors. Huh. I wonder when that's going to become available for humans. You do not want to dox yourself. How rude. Well, yes, you just have to be kind of a little bit more careful when you, especially when you do security, because if you do security and you dox yourself, that's doubly embarrassing. Anyways, okay, so we're done with hack the web, and we'll move on to the next topic for the stream. So the next topic is going to be topic 3. Let's see what it is. Oh, this is HackerFrogs After School. Okay, so topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck, and I'll reset the timer. So we'll do 60 minutes of HackerFrogs After School. So the dog food which comes from China make animals cancer and sick. Dog food that comes from China? I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. Okay, you know about the roadmap webpage or a link to it? Okay to link it? Yeah, you can link it if you like. You're talking about the cybersecurity roadmap, right? I think I might incorporate it into the page that I recommend to people. Yeah, roadmap.sh. Okay, let me copy that. Thank you very much, Mama Rolf. Okay, and let me set up my Python lesson. Just a second, everybody. Get rid of these web pages we're not using. CTF learn. Oh, I was looking at this earlier. Okay, so we're doing HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be doing about an hour of Python learning. If you're a person who's new to Python, you might get a lot out of this. So let me grab my session notes. So this is programming in Python. This is session number 4. Okay, so this is HackerFrogs After School Python Programming Basics Part 4. So if you've missed the previous ones, you might be able to catch up. You might be able to follow along. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing during the class, let us know and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. And we're going to be following... Ooh, hold on. Let me pull up my session notes. This is for Python, session 4. Okay, so we're going to be using the notes from this GitHub page over here. All right, so this workshop is the 4th intro class to Python programming. During our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. We learned about string formatting. String formatting is a way for us to include variable values in strings by using f-strings. So f-strings makes it very easy for us to insert the variable values into strings when we're printing them out. We talked about some basic string operations. So strings in Python have a number of different functions and methods that can be useful for obtaining specific details about the strings. So we could count the number of letters in certain words using these methods over here. We can also output slices of strings through string indexing. So string indexing is a neat little trick you can do to output only specific parts of strings. It also works for lists, but it's very useful for strings for doing specific types of formatting. In this workshop, we're going to be talking about this isn't the functions. This isn't the functions class. Sorry, everybody. We're learning about Boolean types, and we're learning about conditions. So we're going to be learning about true, false, and we're also going to be learning about how to set up if conditionals. So if this condition is in place, or if it's not in place, then do something or do something else. So conditions. So conditions are how programs make decisions as to which instructions to perform at a specific point in program execution. Generally, conditions trigger when a statement evaluates to true or false, so let's discuss what that means exactly. SysOS says Boolean mathematics or Boolean logic. Yeah, so is it true or is it false? This is one of the major things we're going to be figuring out how to do today. So the basic conditional statement in Python is the if statement, and if statements are written in code blocks that look like the following. So this is the first time we're going to address code blocks as well. True, true. So here the program will print one message if the password variable is the string mySecretPassword, which would equate to Boolean true, and print another message if it is not, which would equate to Boolean false. So we've got password variable is mySecretPassword, a string. If password is equal to string mySecretPassword, then print password correct. Else print incorrect password. I mean, we can play around with this ourselves. The great thing about Python is that it's very easy to start playing around with the code. And the website we like to use is onlinepython.com. So inside of this website, you can paste in your Python code and run it. The nice thing is that it's available to everybody, regardless of what kind of technology, what kind of computer or device that they own. So we'll just paste in the code over here, and then we'll run the program. Don't give me advertisements, thank you. Okay, so if password, I forgot to indent. Okay, so we have to indent these two, and we'll talk about how to build code blocks in just a bit. So it says password correct. So password correct was printed out to the screen, and that's because the password variable was the correct one, mySecretPassword. If you want to use this website yourself to play around with some Python code, there's a link for it in the chat. So if statements start with if, so if is a keyword, then a Boolean equation, then a semicolon. So if, and then a Boolean equation, and then a semicolon. So so these if conditions, they're known as code blocks. So any statement in Python that ends with a colon over here is a code block, and that means that everything inside the code block has to be indented. So it's either going to be a tab or a number of spaces. So I mean, this can get kind of messy because you can set any number of spaces as your indent, but it needs to be consistent. So if you use 2 spaces for your indent, everything has to be 2 spaces. If you use 4 spaces, everything has to be 4 spaces, etc., etc. Anyways, I'm digressing a bit. So then an indentation on the next line, followed by instructions if the condition is met. So if the condition is met, if it's true, then on the next line, else, then an indent on the next line, followed by instructions if the condition is not met, which is false. So keep in mind that else is optional. You don't need to put an else statement. It's there if you want to do something specific if the condition is not true. The colon and the semicolon. Oh, did I say semicolon? If I said semicolon, then I'm sorry. I meant to say colon. Also, use an even number of spaces. That's also a good thing to remember. You need to use an even number of spaces. Otherwise, Python isn't going to like that. Actually, let's see. So if we do if we do like an odd number of spaces, so 1 space for indent, let's see if it complains to us. It still says it's okay, but I guess the best practice is to use an even number of spaces. So you just need to make sure the number of spaces is consistent. If you don't use a consistent number of spaces, it's gonna yell at you. Wow, it still did it. What if we do something wacky like this? That's weird. It's in the oh, the semicolon is in the PDF. Really? Oh, okay. Then a semicolon. Yeah, okay. Semicolon. This should not say semicolon. It should say colon. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Mama Rolf. I think, yeah, I need to go back into the PDF and revise it, or revise the slides. Okay, so the else portion of the code block is optional. After the if statement code block finishes, program execution continues on the next line. So whether or not the if statement actually executed or not, program execution will always continue after the if statement finishes. So it's typically a bug that you find 400 lines down. I mean, what we want to do as proper coders is we want to follow all the best practices, otherwise bad stuff happens. So let's talk a little bit about these Boolean operators. So we can use any of the above Boolean operators in the if statements. So we can use the double equal signs, which is a comparison, equal to. We can use less than, greater than, not equal to, less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to. So these are the ones in Python. They might look a little bit different in other programming languages, but generally you see the same kind of things across most programming languages. So equal and double equal sign are not the same in Python. So number equals 42 is not the same as if number double equal sign 42. So a common mistake using conditionals is to use the equal symbol for comparisons. The double equal symbol is used for comparisons in conditionals. So if this is a pretty common error when you're first learning about Python. So if you go over to your code, and we're just going to play around with the same code we were using before. And we do password equals my secret password. And we try to run this, it'll say invalid syntax. Maybe you meant double equal sign or colon equal sign instead of equal sign. So comparisons have to be used with the double equal signs, otherwise it doesn't work. In and out 333 super chat. Is Hydra allowed in bug bounties? Yeah, I don't see why Hydra wouldn't be allowed in bug bounties. I mean, it's a tool like any other. Thank you very much for the super chat, in and out. Much appreciated. I want to ask some questions if you don't mind. Yeah, you can ask questions. I might take a bit of time getting to the questions, but you're free to ask any questions you want during the class. But we prefer questions about programming stuff, of course. Okay, SysOS says some double the equal sign when the type is inferred at runtime. Really? I mean, I've never encountered that myself. Are you talking about Python specifically? I mean, you must be, right? Let's go back. And yeah, thank you very much for the super chat, in and out. If you have any other questions about, well, I mean, I'm not really a bug bounty person, but there's no reason why they would disallow a tool like Hydra, like in bug bounty programs. It doesn't make any sense. Zori says it's about the programming career. It's about programming as a career. I mean, somebody provided a career roadmap over here if you want to take a look at that. But if you have a specific question, go ahead and ask. Okay, the else keyword. So as mentioned earlier, the else keyword can be used with if conditionals to provide instructions to be executed if the if condition is not triggered. So we've got some code over here. Number equals integer of input a number. So this is then this is getting user input. So they're going to ask you to input a number. If the number modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we're going to print out the message, the number is an even number. Otherwise, we're going to print out the number is an odd number. So what we're doing here, it's a very simple program we can use to take in user input and try to figure out if the number is an even number or an odd number. Of course, if the user input is not a number, then, or if it's a number with a decimal, it gets complicated. So let's go back in here. We'll paste in our code. Okay, and thank you very much for following Young Bamboozler. That's a name. Thank you for following on Twitch. SysOS says, so greater than or equal to and greater than double equal to would be different. Is that it is that way in PHP? I believe Python has something like that too. I've never really encountered the double equal signs with the greater than sign, but I mean, it might be. Anyways, let's take a look at this code here. So number equals user input, the integer of the user input. I mean, it's important to cast this into an integer because input usually saves whatever is input as a string. So if we run this code, hold on. Expected and indented block. Oh, it doesn't save the, okay. Sorry, when I copy paste, it doesn't save the indentation. So let me just put in the indentation, run it again, input a number. So if we input the number 1, it'll say 1 is an odd number. So it does a comparison. If number modulo 2 is equal to 0, that means it's an even number. But in this case, it's not the case because 1 is an odd number, and the modulo operation comes out as 1. Okay, Kzori says, I'm really good at C, C++ made engines, command lines, projects, games, lots of stuff, but even learned some API on low-level programming like OpenGL, FFmpeg. Still not finding a job. Also learned some high-level languages like Java, C#, and Python. I mean, are you indentation issue? Yeah, we had an indentation issue. Kids Joy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? But Kzori, I mean, generally we deal with cybersecurity over here. But I mean, you're free to ask your questions about development as well, if you want to get a job doing development. I mean, I hear that getting like a junior development job is kind of tough these days. But I'm sure the market will correct itself in a few months. Okay, so 1 is an odd number. Of course, this doesn't work if you run the program and give like a string. So let's modify the code a little bit. Okay, so we'll stop, we'll run it again, input a number. If we input like the letter A, then we're going to get an error because A gets cast as an integer, which doesn't work. So I guess what you could do is you could also do a bunch of other code in here to make sure that the user input can only be a number. But anyways, this works if you put in any old number, and then it tells you if it's an even number or an odd number. E would be cast. Cypher says they said after COVID it would get easier too. It never did. I mean, people say a lot of stuff. That's true. But Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's go back. So we're talking about like basic if conditionals. So does the code run? It runs if it comes back true. So however, there's a third keyword that we can use as well, elif, else if, that can be used if there's more than one condition to check for. We can include as many elif keywords as we want in the code block. See the following. So let's take a look at the code over here. So number equals input a number. That should, if integer of number modulo 2 is equal to 0, print this is an even number. Else if elif integer of the number modulo 2 is equal to 1, print is the number is an odd number. Else print number, is that an integer? So if we supply input that is not an integer, then we can have a third message. Okay, so we can take a look at a very long elif very long example that involves a lot of elif over here, and I think I can make this a little bit bigger. You need to choose try except. Try except. Okay, we'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so we've got a very long, this is almost like a switch statement, but because you're using integer, you would get a type error. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, so we have age is equal to the integer of input. Please enter your age. If age is less than 0, print invalid age. Please enter a positive number. And then we got elif, else if age is less than or equal to 1, print you are an infant. If it is less than or equal to 3, print you are a toddler. Less than or equal to 12, you are a child. Less than or equal to 19, you are a teenager. 35, you are a young adult. 50, you're an adult. Less than or equal to 65, you're middle-aged. Otherwise, print out you are a senior. I mean, we can give this a try. I think I copied it already. Hold on. Let's print it out. Well, let's paste it in here, and we need to adjust the indentation because it doesn't copy any of that. So let's try it with a bunch of different ages, and we'll see if the program works as intended. Oh. Hold on. My indentation is wrong. I need to do indentation for the print statements. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll run the program a couple times. Unmatched parentheses on line 19. Where's line 19? Ah, okay, there's an extra parentheses. Run it. Print invalid age, please enter a positive number. Expected an indented block after the if statement. This is line 3. We also get to do debugging here. Lovely. Ah, okay, I forgot to indent this. Okay. Please enter your age. That's a Python course? Yeah, I mean, I'm teaching some Python concepts for the next 38 minutes. Yeah. Okay, please enter your age. So the age is, we'll put in 0 and see what happens. So it says age 0, you are an infant. Okay, and then we'll run it again. We'll put in another age. We'll put in 15. You are a teenager. Okay, run it again. We'll put in 64. 64, you are middle-aged. I think the next threshold was like 65, so we'll do 66. So 66, you are a senior, and then we'll do like a really big number, so like 105. So you're a senior. Okay. Cybercoster, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Mama Rolf says, test if the indentation is there if you copy it to the text editor first and then to online Python. Oh, the text editor first. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to go. Okay, so let's go back. So the AND operator. So, I mean, we've got a bunch of different things we could do for these if statements. One of them is the AND operator. When we're using the AND operator, both statements to the left and the right of the operator must be true in order for the overall statement to evaluate to true. So if we've got this code over here, So birthday equals October 24th, and today's date equals October 24th. If birthday is equal to October 24th and today's date is equal to October 24th, then print happy birthday, and it prints out happy birthday. I mean, we could do that. Let's write that up really quick over here. So both things on the sides of the left and right of the AND operator have to be true. So let's, what is it? Today's date is March 18th, and birthday equals March 18th. So if today's date is equal to, let me just copy paste this, and birthday, then print happy birthday. Okay, why not start with assembly? Wait, are we starting with assembly? Kazor says, why not start with C? Why not start with C? I mean, most people in cybersecurity across a bunch of different roles are more likely to use Python than they are to use C. Kazori says, C is simple and basic for all beginners to understand how code structure works. I mean, Kazori, I think most people in cybersecurity, if they're learning a first language, are going to benefit more learning Python over C. Not that I'm saying that C is bad. Okay, Cybercoster says, can we do JavaScript? It's so nice for web. That's also true. I mean, you'll see different programming languages for different specializations. If you're doing reverse engineering and you're doing like binary exploitation, then C is the language you want to learn along with like assembly. If you're doing web stuff, of course you want to do JavaScript. But I think Python is a better choice for the most number of people who are getting into cybersecurity. Okay, so yeah, so we'll run the program. It says happy birthday. And that's because both of the things on either side of the AND statement were true. But if we change one of these, birthday equals March 19th, we see nothing happens. I mean, we can also give like else statement here, print it's not your birthday. It's not your birthday, sad face, like this. And we'll run it again, and we get it's not your birthday, sad face. Okay, Zori says, I'm an 18-year-old, started coding at 14. I've burned my brain with C and C++. And you're the person who is looking to get like a development job, right, Kazori? May I ask what what is the question I want to ask? What kind of app development do you want to do? Anyways, all right, let's go ahead and go back. So the AND operator. So when we use the AND operator, both of the statements on the left and right of the AND operator have to be true in order for the overall statement to equal true. Let's see. In this case, since the variables birthday and today's date are the same day, the if statement returns true and the program will print happy birthday. Okay, we also have the OR operator. And when you're using the OR operator, either statement to the left or the right of the operator must evaluate to true for the overall statement to evaluate to true. So we've got this code over here. So Kazori says, I'm into low-level system engineering. Low-level system engineering. Okay. Kazori says, I've learned Java, Python, C#, also Godot game development. You're into low-level system engineering. I mean, I think robotics might be a really well. I mean, I don't want to suggest anything that that might not be great. But anyways, okay, what do we have in the code? So favorite food equals spaghetti, and hobby equals watching movies. So if favorite food is equal to spaghetti, or hobby is equal to classical painting, then print let's take a vacation to Italy. And Italy, yeah. And this will print out because one of these statements is true. So favorite food is equal to spaghetti, so we take a vacation to Italy. I don't know if this is the best way to decide whether or not you wanted to go on a vacation, but that's what the code says. Okay, so in this example, the if condition would not trigger if both statements to the left or right of the or operator were false. So if hobby was watching movies and favorite food was not spaghetti, something like, I don't know, what else? What could be? What is the opposite of spaghetti? How about Hawaiian pizza? Computer says no. Okay, so if we go over here, we'll try this out ourselves. So we'll do hobby equals hobby equals watching movies, and favorite food equals Hawaiian pizza. And maybe we'll do something like if hobby is equal to classical painting, and or favorite food is equal to pizza, no, spaghetti. Then print let's take a vacation to Italy. Okay, else we'll print let's not go to Italy. Okay, and if we take this as it is right now, both of these statements are going to equate to false. So we're going to not go to Italy. Let's not go to Italy. Okay, but if we change one of these, hobby is classical painting, and we run this, then we get let's take a vacation to Italy. It's because the or statement is looking for one of these to equate to true for the overall statement to equate to true. Signemai says the opposite of spaghetti is Italian sacrilege. Checks out. I mean, Italian people usually have a very strong opinion about about Hawaiian pizza. That's true. No, I mean, if Kazori wants to stick around the cybersecurity stream, it's fine. Um, we don't do a lot of development stuff over here. Most of the stuff we talk about is talking about security, but there is stuff that is related to security for people who are in development, especially for people like Kazori who are interested in C and C++, and that would be the reverse engineering and binary exploitation categories. So Kazori, why don't you take a look at the education links over here, and take a look at the links for reverse engineering and binary exploitation. You might find some fun activities over there, since you do development in C and C++. Okay, and Shin BDR, hello, nice to see you here. And it has been a little while. Nice to see you here again, Shin. Okay, let's go back. Okay, that was the OR operator. So the AND operator you have to make sure that the AND operator is only going to equate true if both statements to the left and right are true. The OR operator is going to equate to true if one of the things on the left and right to it equate to true. Sing the Mind says, I use mostly PowerShell and C# for AV evasion stuff. I mean, that makes a lot of sense since you're dealing with Windows, and Windows is very heavily PowerShell and C# are very heavily Windows, or heavily associated with Windows. Yeah. Okay, so the in operator. So the in operator is used to check if there is a specific item within a container object, such as a list. So if we got this code over here, name equals John, and party guests, the list, has John, Sue, and Bobby. If name is in party guests, then print out you're invited to the party. So, I mean, we could pretty easily try this out ourselves. Shinpidare says, yeah, I don't get much time right now, but I watch your live frequently after the stream. Well, thank you very much, Shen. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's go ahead and write a little program. So this one is going to be party guests. So party guests equal, let's just make this like 3 names that we're going to put in the list. So party guests are going to be John and David and Melanie. Okay, and your name is David. So if your name is in party guests, then print out you're invited to the party. Okay, else we're going to print you're not invited to the party. Okay, and so your name is David, so this should print out you're invited to the party. We'll test it out. Yay, we're invited to the party. Gotta go. I'll watch later, Mr. Hat. HackerFrogs out. Hey, nice to see you come on by. Okay, SysOS says, let's see. Programming lessons here are tuned for a different goal than what you're used to. I mean, the goal for these Python lessons is to get people like on hands-on keyboard and writing code as soon as possible. This is kind of like a crash course. It's not super in-depth, but it does introduce people to basic programming concepts like if statements and creating functions and running loops, that kind of stuff. Okay, Kazori says, I don't know how to hack either networking. I just know operating systems and advanced algorithms and hardware interaction stuff. But I mean, the fun thing about hacking is that if you know how to program, then you can get a lot out of trying to take the programs apart and identify potential security problems in the programs. I think Kazori, you might really find reverse engineering like a fun thing to do, because most of the debugging programs are going to produce assembly instructions, and if you know assembly, you can read those instructions. And most of the decompilers decompile to C-like code. So if you know how to program in C, then they'll make a lot of sense. Mark Morente says, shout out to my wife, who's also listening. Her name is Mama Young. Mama Young. Shout out to your wife. Hello. Anyways. Okay, so what we can do here is we can also change your name to something else that is not on the party guest list. So your name is, let's say our name was Edward. Okay, and then run the same program, and now it says you're not invited to the party, because The if statement checks to see if this particular string, Edward, is one of the items inside the list, and it is not. But actually, let's try something else. Let's do David Smith and see if this comes back true or not. So I think it might be looking for specifically just David. You're not invited to the party. So it's looking for specifically just David. And if David is in the name but it's got other stuff, then it doesn't want to match. What if there's more than one person with the same name? I mean, Mr. Garcia, hello, nice to see you. What is up? What is up? What if there's more than one person with the same name? I mean, that's just designing the list over here, right? We could do like David John Jones and David Smith and Melanie, I don't know, Adams or something, and then check again. And now it says you are invited to the party. It's looking for an exact match. Okay, Mama Rolf says if party guest has David Smith, it will probably accept David. That's an interesting experiment we could do. So David Smith, your name equals David. You're not invited to the party. So it's looking for the exact match. So the object has to have the same value. Okay, so the in operator is used to look inside of a list for a specific value. Here the print instruction is executed because the string name in the name variable is included as an item in the party guest list. So there's also something called the is operator. This one's a bit tricky. So the is operator is used to compare whether an object is exactly referencing another object, as opposed to matching the values contained within. So is basically means, is this the same object, or is this a different object with the same value? But in what? In what? Okay. All right, so what do we have here? We've got some code. So X is a list with 2, 5, and 7 in it, and Y is equal to X. So Y should be the same thing. And we've got Z. So Z or Z is 2, 5, 7. Print X. X is equal to Z, and this is going to print out the Boolean value, whether it's true or false. So X is equal to Z, so X is equal to Z. They have the same values, so this comes back as true. The second statement, X is Z, is false, because X and Z are different objects. So inside of Python, each object has its own what is it called? Like an object code, like a code for the object in the program. So in this case, the X object and the Z object are not going to be the same, so this comes back false. So print X is Y. This comes back as true because Y is a reference to the X Y is a reference to the X object, which means they're the same object. Memory address, right? The same memory address inside the program. Okay, so that's the is operator. I mean, most of the time, beginner programmers using Python are not going to really deal with the is operator. It doesn't come up very often. So you should know that it exists and what it's trying to do, but you don't need to worry too much about it. Print was Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done any of these. Cybernerd Dante, here's a Hack the Planet just for you. Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Okay, Kzori asks, you're a cybersecurity expert? I mean, I wouldn't consider myself an expert. I have been studying cybersecurity for a number of years. I really don't like self-describing myself as an expert because expertise implies that you know everything or that you know a lot. I wouldn't say that I know. I mean, I know a number of things, but I don't want to call myself an expert. Anyways, the not operator. So the not operator is essentially an inversion of whatever Boolean value is paired with it. So not true or not false. This one is a bit tricky as well. Cyber Dante says, "Hey, thanks, man. I finished a report. Holy cannoli, my eyes hurt." Cyber Dante, you're talking about like a bug bounty report, right? Hope you get accepted, and hope you get a lot of money for it. Okay, so what is this? So telling the truth equals false. You can also just insert Boolean values like true or false as variables. So the telling the truth is a variable which equals false. If telling the truth is equal to not false, print you're telling the truth. Otherwise, print you're lying. So telling the truth, false. It makes my brain hurt a little bit to think about this stuff. Sick the Mind says, practitioner, I believe, is the correct nomenclature. Yeah, I mean, I would call myself a cybersecurity enthusiast. I'd call myself a cybersecurity practitioner. I wouldn't call myself an expert. Okay, so if telling the truth is equal to not false, so not false equals true. Not false is true, and not true equals false. Print you're telling the truth, otherwise print you're lying. And we get you're lying over here. So Kazori says, I know all developers are like that. No matter how good you are, there's always something that feels missed and not perfect. Think about what the comparison is evaluating, not what it refers to. So it's evaluating telling the truth is not false. Not false. So this is false, so that means this comes back as false. But anyways, the not operator is also something you don't really encounter. You probably encounter the not operator more often than you encounter the is operator when you're looking at your Python code. But sometimes I really question whether or not we could do it like do this in a more easy to understand way. But it's good to know that this operator exists, the not operator. Okay, so another thing we have to understand inside of Python is that true is the number 1 and false is the number 0. So this is, I mean, it's also pretty common in a lot of other systems where false is the number 0 and true is the number 1. So variable A equals 1, variable B equals 0. So if variable A is true, is equal to true, print in Python 1 and true are considered the same. And if variable B is equal to false, print likewise 0 and false are considered the same. So these are both true inside of Python. If you've got an integer 1 or an integer 0, they're basically the same as true and false, these two Boolean values. So SysOS says this is inherited from C and the default way of working in assembly. I mean, yeah, in assembly, 0 and 1 are also shorthands for true and false. Actually, no. They're the only way to determine trueness or falseness in assembly because there's no Boolean there. There's only 1s and 0s. Okay, so originally we were going to do a conditionals exercise. We don't like doing the exercises over at Learn Python. They're not very good. But we do have a quiz. So we got question 1. What will the output be? Hacking is 1. If hacking is equal to true, print we're hacking. So what will the output be for this program? A, we're hacking. B, true. C, nothing will print. Hacking does not equal true. Or D, nothing will print. The syntax is incorrect. So what is going to output if we run this program? Often anything that is not 0 is true. That's also, that's truthiness. Truthiness is a funny little word that we talk about in programming. Okay, so is the answer going to be A, B, C, or D? Will we print we're hacking or will we not? Okay, SysOS says the answer is A. And the answer, well, we were just talking about this right before the quiz. So hacking equals 1, but 1 and true in Python are basically the same thing. So the number 1 and the Boolean value true are the same thing. So it actually prints out we're hacking. So I mean, if we grab this code and we put it in online Python, and we run the program, we print out we're hacking because 1 and true are the same. If 1 is equal to 1, if true is true. Yeah, if true is true. I mean, I guess we can also replace this with 0 and false. So the number 0, spell the word false correctly, please. So same thing with 0 and false in Python. This is going to print we're hacking because this evaluates to true, because the number 0 and the Boolean false are the same. Okay, Kzori says toggling 0 to 1 and 1 to 0 using exclamation point. Exclamation point, I mean, is Python one of these languages where you can use the exclamation point for not? I'm not sure if Python, well, I mean, we can just experiment like this. Or if it's going to give you, yeah, it doesn't like this syntax. Okay, so the second question, I think we've got one more question. No, we don't. Okay. Workshop review exercise. So we got 10 minutes left. Let's write a program that uses some of the concept we learned in this workshop. We'll write a Python program. We can use online Python, the web page over here, if you don't have access to anything else that runs Python. Actually, you know what would be more interesting, I think, is doing some exercises over at Pico CTF. If you don't have an account over at Pico CTF, I highly recommend making one. Let's go ahead and go to the website. So picoctf.org. They actually have a CTF going on right now, but unfortunately, signups are closed. But Pico CTF is probably my favorite website for getting beginners into cybersecurity concepts. And if you make an account over there, you can solve some of their exercises that they've published. So if you go over to the practice page over at Pico CTF, they've got somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 200 or 300 different challenges that they've published over the years. And you can access these and solve these exercises on your own. And everything there is completely free. So that's why I really recommend it. So let's do the fixme2.py exercise over here. And before we do that, is over-the-wire comparable to doing CTFs? There are CTF concepts in the over-the-wire challenges. Are you talking about over-the-wire bandit or over-the-wire NATAS? Because they cover different stuff. But the answer is yes. Especially in NATAS, in the later levels, you're going to see a lot of stuff that that gets covered in web security CTF challenges all the time. Okay, so over at Pico CTF, after you've logged in, you can access the web shell. So the web shell is a Linux virtual machine you can use to solve the challenges. So after you logged into Pico CTF, click on the web shell, and then click on this button beside the help button that's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So this will let you use the web shell in a full browser tab, which is a lot more convenient than doing it in the tiny little window that they give you. Okay, so we've got a directory here from the previous challenge. We'd get rid of that. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a directory for this challenge. So the challenge we're looking at here is called, let me copy the link again. Okay, this is called fixme2.py. So we're looking at a Python script here. And what we want to do is we want to get used to running Python inside the terminal as opposed to just running it inside the code window. Okay, so in this challenge it says, fix the syntax error in the Python script to print the flag. So we can download the Python script, we can right-click it, and then select copy link. Then we're going to go over to the web shell. So in the web shell, you can reconnect by hitting the enter key if you get disconnected. What we're going to do is we're going to make a directory for this challenge. It's called fixme2. So the command to make the directory is make directory mkdir, and then enter that directory like this. So after we're in the directory, we can download the file. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, and we're just going to type in wget and then space, and then paste in the file address for the fixme2.py file that we downloaded. After we do that, we download the file, and now the file is in our directory here. What we want to do is we want to, well, there's a couple things we could do. We could try running the file first, because the challenge asks us, fix the syntax error in the Python script to print the flag. So in the web shell, we can run python space fixme2.py. So this is how we execute Python scripts in the terminal. So you just type in python space and then the name of the script. So Python scripts are all going to end with the .py extension, .py. Okay, and we see here that there's an error on line 22. So invalid syntax, maybe you meant double equal sign instead of equal sign. So this is something that we encountered in today's lesson. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this script in our Nano text editor. So type in nano-l for lines, and we're going to edit fixme2.py. So nano is the name of the text editor, -l activates line mode, so we can see the lines, line numbers. And then fixme2.py is the name of the file. So run that, and we're going to scroll all the way down to line number 22, where the compiler identified the error. So it says here, if flag equals empty string. So the problem here is that this is not a comparison. So remember we were talking about if conditions? When we do comparisons in if conditions, we need to use the double equal signs. So you just need to go over to flag and then double equal signs, and then everything is good. Okay, Akash asks how to access the Olama model inside a Docker container. I mean, I've never had to do that before, so I'm not sure, Akash. I think you might have a better answer if you ask the Olama model itself. Okay, so now that we've corrected the code, we can save the file and then try running the script again. Okay, so Control X. So hit Control X on the keyboard to save the file. Save modified buffer. Press Y for yes, and then hit Enter to save it as the same file name. Okay, and then we can try running the code again. So type in Python and then the name of the script, and then hit Enter. So it says that is correct. Here's your flag. So Pico CTF quality, equality, not assignment. So this is trying to teach us that the equal sign and the double equal sign are different things in Python. It's a pretty common error that you'll see when you're first writing your Python code, but it's something you gotta get used to. So copy the flag, then go over to the Pico CTF challenge, paste in the flag here in the flag submission field, and click on Submit Flag. And you're done. Okay, so I think we can do one more challenge because doing these challenges are fun. Where is my link? Okay, so fixme2.py, and we got serpentine over here. So if you want to try out this challenge, you do it from this link over here. So in the web shell, we're finished with this directory. So the directory is fixme. We created it for the challenge. We're just going to get rid of it now, rm-r, and then the name of the directory, fixme2. Okay, and we're going to make a new directory for the other challenge we're doing. And the other challenge is called serpentine. So let's go ahead and make a directory for this. Make dir serpentine. And then enter the directory. And I think for this challenge you need to download a file as well. So we'll go over to the challenge, find the flag in the Python script, download Python script. So we can right-click this, select copy link, then go over to the web shell. In the web shell, type wget space, and then paste in the file link to download the file. Okay, so the first thing we would like to do is we just want to run the Python script. Type in Python, serpentine.py, and what do we have here? Welcome to the Serpentine Encourager. So print encouragement, print flag, and quit. Print encouragement, print flag, and quit. So we can choose A, print encouragement. Look how far you've come. Print encouragement again. You can do it. Print flag. So if we want to print the flag B, it says, oops, I must have misplaced the print flag function. Check my source code. So we're just going to quit out of the program, C, and we're going to check the source code. So we're going to use nano to check the source code. Nano serpentine.py. And in this case, we don't need line numbers. But we'll go in and we'll take a look at what's going on here. So if you don't recognize all the stuff that's going on in this code, that's fine. You just need to know certain parts of this code. So we've got a function called store XOR, string XOR. We got a function called print flag, and we got print encouragement as another function. Kzori says, I hate nano, use Vim, man. I'm sorry you feel that way, Kzori. I mean, I use nano, you're free to use Vim. Why? I mean, if you demand that everybody uses the same program that you use, that's kind of messed up. Young Bambloser says nano is best, nano for life, nano notes.txt. Duck says, hey Froggo, what's up? What's up, Duck? What is up? Okay, so what we need to do in this program is we just need to take a look at what's going on in the main function. So in the main function, we print out a snake, and then, so we've got A, print encouragement, B, print flag, C, quit, and we see a bunch of if statements. So we're talking about the if statements here. If choice is A, then print encouragement. Else if choice is B, then print, oops, I must have misplaced the print flag function. Check my source code. Else if choice is C, then system exit. Else print, I did not understand, input A, B, or C. Okay, just joking, but I really hate nano. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you would hate like one text editor over the other. The only thing I can use nano. Sorry, I can use Vim. I don't prefer to use Vim, but I can use it. And I think that it's perfectly valid to use Vim if you want to. Anyways, okay, so what's going on here? So it looks like the B choice is messed up. We need to replace this with the print flag function. So we see here, this is like a function call, print encouragement, system exit. We need to put in the B choice, we need to put in the print flag function. So we're just going to scroll down or scroll up. We're going to replace print this stuff over here, and we're going to replace it with the print flag function. So print underscore flag with the parentheses. Anyways, let me just double check that that's how it's spelled. So print flag, yeah. So the easiest way to make sure that it's exactly what you want is to copy paste. You copy paste a lot to ensure accuracy in programming. Okay, so this looks like it's correct. We'll save out the file with Control X, press Y for yes, hit enter to save it as the same file name. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to run the serpentine function again, or the program. Kay Zori says, I tried watching somebody doing a coding project. I saw them using VS Code and I closed the tab. I mean, that's some team sports right there. If you see people using the program that you don't like, you close the tab. I mean, it is up to you, of course. Okay, Python serpentine.py, run it again. And we want to print the flag, B. Okay, and we get the flag because we were able to correct the code. So we'll just go in here, we'll copy the flag, then we'll go over to the challenge. We will paste in the flag and submit. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do the review for today's lesson. So conditions are used in programs to determine a program's course of action. They rely on the evaluation of Boolean statements to determine if certain instructions are performed or not. So in the next HackerFrogs After-School Programming Workshop, we'll continue learning Python well, we're not actually going to do that, but we're going to be learning about programming loops in the next lesson. Programming loops are a very common thing you see in programs, and they take a little bit of getting used to, but we'll talk about how to create those programming loops next time. Pragnesh says, can you do mobile hacking? I've never really looked at mobile hacking before. I mean, if you want to look at some resources, I think we've got some over at the education website here. DuckHQ says, I've added double ratchet to my repo, no eyes, so I need to test it to ensure that there are no bugs before I push the update to the main. This will double the security of the tool. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and Malatho Jade, hello, nice to see you here. First time here as a tech geek. Hello, nice to see you here. And let's see. It says, real programmers just create the universe where the disk gets created with the correct code on it by magic. I mean, isn't that what you do? Isn't that what we all do? Anyways, okay, let's move on to the next topic. So we're moving on to topic number 4. We're going to be taking a look at a new CTF platform. Well, new for us anyways. Okay, so this one's called Hackadvisor.io. So if you want to check this out yourself, it is over here. It is what we all do. DuckHQ says, do you know what the double ratchet algorithm is? I can't say that I do. Okay, so hack real apps, Hackadvisor. So I mean, this is I think the stuff over here is completely free, but I could be wrong. So what we're doing is we're going to be taking a look at some of the challenges on this website. Okay, I mean, yeah, using Kali Linux, we are. All right, so on this inside of Hackadvisor, we've got a bunch of different challenges in different categories we can take a look at. So stuff like web. Are these all web? Let me take a look. So we've got SSRF, XSS, SQL injection, RCE, IDOR, path traversal. These are all, it looks like these are all web vulnerabilities. And they also have like AI, SQL injection in like an AI environment. That's interesting. We'll try like an easy one to start off with. How about some good old IDOR? So indirect object, insecure direct object reference. And we'll try an easy one. Let's see. So Profile Hub, IDOR, in user profile API. We'll see. Okay. Let's take a look. DuckHQ says it's basically rolling the password all the time for all the users. So even if the password gets leaked one time, no one can read the encrypted messages. Oh, interesting. Okay. Rafael Rita says, "Hey Frog, first time in love in your live streams, I'm guessing. Been loving your channel, man. Thanks for helping us cybersecurity beginners. No worries, Rafael Rita. I'm here to help." Okay. So if you've got an account over at Hackadvisor, you could take a look at this lab over here. And we're going to be doing this. Wow. Let's make this dark mode. Much better. Okay. So Profile Hub, IDOR and User Profile API. So Profile Hub is a developer networking platform where professionals showcase their skills, projects, and connect with other developers. The platform features public profiles, messaging, and connection management. The developers claim that their private user information is properly stored and only visible to the account owner. The platform has both a web interface and JSON API. They may expose different levels of data. So the objective in here is to find the IDOR, insecure direct object reference, vulnerability that lets you access another user's private data. The flag is hidden in the admin user's private nodes, user ID 1. Test credentials, user@test.com, password 123. Okay, so I guess what we can do is we can start the lab. I'm guessing, is this public? Did they create a public website for us? Dark Kevin says, love listening to this while working. Duck HQ says, ever use Signal? Yeah, I do. I do use Signal for as one of the many messaging apps I have. I kind of don't like that I have to use as many messaging apps as I do, like, Discord and Telegram and Signal and WhatsApp and everything else. Okay, let's see if this is just a public website. Okay, I mean, I'm guessing that they're just they're spinning up containers or like AWS instances. But you can access the website over here. So if you're looking for the credentials, these are the credentials here. I'll paste them in chat. So user@test.com, huh? Okay, so we need to sign in to the web app. It's like password 123. And we'll go ahead and remember. Okay. So I mean, this looks like a legitimate application. We're looking for IDOR in either the web interface or the JSON API. So generally what we would try to do is we would try to identify the point where we can get the JSON data. It's probably sharing more than it needs to. What we're going to do is we're going to start up Burp Suite, which is your typical web app security tool for testing. Kazori says, for anonymous online, should the anonymous person use their own programs, like creating their own programs for their own needs, no software as a service help or something? I mean, it's tough because everybody's trying to get away from well-known messaging platforms. I'm not too sure what the ideal solution is. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Tony9S. Thank you. Okay, you know what I haven't done all stream? I haven't taken a water break. So I'm just going to take a little water break, maybe 30 seconds or so. And in the meantime, you can watch the birds, because I love my birds. And today's a really rainy day, so here's a rainy day bird clip. Okay, I'll be back in about 30 seconds, but enjoy the birds. Okay, if you're in Twitch, we've got a special emote called the Shy 31 Bird, spelled like this, but without the quotes. And if you type it out, you get our lovely bird emote that looks like this. If you're on YouTube, you can use the bird emote to show the love for the birds, like this. Anyways, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking, and I think I can put on a little bit of music while we do our hacking today. Let's see. Where's my music playlist? How about some of this? Okay, Platinum Ghost says, super cute. Are these blue cardinals? No, they're not. They're not blue cardinals. They're called Stellar's Jays. Let me pull them up. Stellar's Jay. This is how you spell it. So these are a very common. Well, they're a pretty common bird in wooded areas in the west of North America. So places like the Pacific Northwest, around Seattle or Vancouver up in Canada. And they're my province's provincial bird, BC's provincial bird. Hey, that's awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to the hacking, less about birds. Okay, so we were pulling up Burp Suite. And what we want to do in Burp Suite is we want to start up the Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser is going to record all the information. Okay, that was an that was an easy IDOR, not going to spoil it. Thanks for sharing that. I love birds. Yeah, me too, me too. Okay, so let me grab the website. How's the volume, everybody, on the music? Is it too loud or not loud enough? Duck HQ says, I've got a pigeon that hates my car. I feed him sometimes, though. That's like a love-hate relationship right there. Okay, good to hear. Volume seems good. Great, great. Okay, so test at test.com and password 123. Okay, remember me, sign in. Oh, invalid email or password. Let me double check. User at test.com. Okay, okay. Gotta type in the right credentials, everybody. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get our own user data. If there's an IDOR vulnerability, let's see. We're probably going to get it when we access our own data. So our name is Alex Rivera. Sure, my profile. So if we go to my profile, it probably fetches our information, and we might be able to access other people's information. Music is a little loud and distracting. C. Strasser. Okay, let me turn it down. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to Burp Suite. So now that we've accessed our own information in the Burp Suite browser, we'll go to the HTTP history tab, And we're going to look for get profile. Yeah, so get profile and get API users profile. And we'll see what's going on in this request. So we'll put it in the repeater. Oops, not the sequencer. So right click, go to the repeater. And let's see what's going on. So API users to profile. Users to profile. I mean, I'm guessing we might need to modify the number here. So if we send this, yeah, we get our test user Alex Rivera's information, but let's just mess around with the number. So how about user 1? We get the admin user's information here. Okay, let's see if we can adjust the volume to something where everybody's happy. Let's make it a little bit louder. Okay, so C. Strasser, let me know if this is too loud or not. So I think we're looking for the flag in here, right? So API key flag, private notes flag. So this is the flag for the challenge. I mean, it's this is an easy challenge, of course, so the challenge is easy. The point is that we need to put some security on our API endpoints like this. Is it possible? I mean, how practical is it to gatekeep this kind of request behind like a cookie or something? Anyways, copy that and we'll submit this as the flag. I suppose we can also do like a write-up for this as well. So when I submit the flag, the instance is probably going to go down. So I'm just going to wait until we're done with the write-up before we submit the flag. Sysmos says you would normally protect certain fields to return them only for admins and the self. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It would probably be tied to your session cookie or something, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll do a little walkthrough for this. So this is a new platform called Hackadvisor. And this one is called... This is an IDOR challenge. So, I mean, it's nice that they categorize these so that we can put them in different directories. What is this one called? Lab 15 Profile Hub. The other good thing about this is that it tells you exactly what you're going to learn. It's less like a CTF and more like a learning environment. Okay, so we'll just put this as the name of the lab. We're going to remove all the spaces, of course, because GitHub doesn't like spaces. GitHub is okay with dashes. So IDOR in user profile API, it's kind of a big clue as to what is actually going on. Anyways, so when we do our write-ups, we need to record a number of things. The URL where we can find the challenge, the concept that the challenge teaches us, and the method of solving the challenge. In a CTF, you would get the creds, the website, and maybe the name IDOR. Yeah, but it wouldn't tell you exactly where it is. IDOR and user profile API is a bit too specific. But let's copy this. So the concept is IDOR, indirect object reference, and we're also dealing with, let's see, insecure API endpoint. So the method to solve, we need to log in with our test credentials. So that's user@test.com/password123. I guess the first thing we need to do is access the website in Burp Suite browser. It doesn't have to be Burp Suite. Well, it kind of it's a lot easier if we're using the Burp Suite browser. Okay, so Duck says, is there a way to cd into a folder named with a space in the name? Yeah. I mean, we can do that. We can demonstrate this right now. So we will cd into a folder named with a space in the name. So we'll make a directory. We're going to just call this space directory, and that creates a directory called space directory. Well, a directory with a space in the name. All you need to do is you need to either escape the space character. So cd space directory, you leave a backslash before the space, or you can put the whole thing in quotes, and that also gets the job done. Okay, so access the website in Burp Suite browser, log in with our test credentials, and then access your own user profile by clicking on the button. The button at the top right. Top right of the screen, and select, what was it, like something called your user profile? My profile. Select my profile. Okay, so after that, cool, I was just renaming them. I mean, if you're working inside of Linux and you need to make some directories, I'd use an underscore instead of a space. It's probably the better naming practice. Okay, so after that, look at the Burp Suite HTTP history tab. See that you made a request to this endpoint. So let me grab the specific name of the endpoint. So the good thing about doing write-ups is that if you do write-ups and you're looking to be like a pen tester, you're going to be putting this kind of information in your reports, because you have to prove to your clients that you can compromise their applications, and you need to be able to give them instructions that they can follow in order to achieve the same thing. So the endpoint is this. So note that there's a number in the endpoint which could be iterated over to get different users' info. Okay, and then all you need to do is send a request in the burp repeater with this endpoint. User number 1. This returns the admin user's info, which includes a flag in the, what is the name of the field? Private notes field. Whoops. And this write-up is done. Done, done, done. Okay, commit the changes. And I think... All right, great. And we'll submit the flag. That should shut down the instance. Although it probably shut down already. Oh, no, there's still 11 minutes. Submit the flag. Flag accepted, you earned 100 points. Yay, we're 100 points richer. Okay, great. Let's do another challenge. So we'll do a different category of challenge, not just IDOR. So we'll do an easy... Server-side request forgery. That might be fun. Oh, RCE. RCE is always fun. Okay, easy RCE challenges. There's only one. Points, you say? I mean, we have to keep track of our progress somehow, I guess. Alright, so PulseGuard. RCE via node. Oh, node. Interesting. Let's take a look. Okay, so Lab 54, PulseGuard, RCE via node, VM sandbox escape. This really tells us a little bit too much, but it's not really... I guess it's not really a CTF, it's more like a guided education experience. PulseGuard is an infrastructure monitoring platform built by Sentinel Ops, Inc. Teams use it to track uptimes of their services, configure automated health checks across HTTP endpoints, ping targets, and custom JavaScript-based monitors. The platform supports real-time alerting through email and webhook channels, incident tracking and resolution, and team collaboration. Your organization has deployed PulseGuard to monitor critical infrastructure. As part of a security assessment, you need to evaluate whether the platform's custom scripting feature is properly sandboxed. So, custom scripting feature. This is probably our way in. Thanto says, I'm having fun using free educational websites. I mean, this is what we're here to do over at HackerFrogs. I understand that people who want to learn cybersecurity, they might want to test it out, and while they're testing it out, they don't necessarily need to pay a bunch of money. I'm here to provide as many free education resources as I can. Okay, your goal is to find and exploit a vulnerability that allows you to read the contents of root flag.txt on the server, so we're told exactly where the flag is. That's great. Credentials user at test top. Okay, so the same credentials as last time. Let's start this up. Okay, we can also learn about remote code execution. Okay, this is good. This is good stuff for people who want to learn more about why this particular exploit works. And I guess we will start the lab. I'll give everybody the lab address, and we can all try hacking this. Okay, so I'm immediately going to put this in Burp Suite browser so that we can take a look at it after we log in. Okay, and the credentials are user at test.com, password 123. Okay, so they told us that we're supposed to pay attention to the scripting feature of the website, so that's nice. So where do we do the scripting? Is that from monitors or somewhere else? So what we're doing right now is we're just trying to identify different parts of the application. Ah, okay. So we see some scripts over here that are being used. So custom script, CDN response validator, SSL certificate checker. We could probably edit one of these scripts to get it to run malicious commands for us. So click on one of these, and script code. Great. So all we need to do is you just need to modify the script code to run commands for us. So this is, I think this is Node.js. Node.js is the type of programming language that we're using to get our remote code execution. And I think there's a payload we could use over at RevShells? Maybe revshells.com. So this is a website we can use to craft little malicious payloads for security testing. And we're looking at... So this is on a Linux environment, and we're looking at a reverse shell, maybe, and we're looking at some JavaScript. So JavaScript, we're just going to grab the payload here, and we're going to actually remote. No. We want it to run commands, but we don't necessarily want it to. We want to do a web shell. Node.js. Is there one specific for Node.js? No, I don't see one. But I think what we want to do is we want to on Kali Linux, there are a bunch of different web shells that we can use. So let's look up locate web shell and then look up node. No, grep node. No, don't see a node one. Is there like a JavaScript one? Maybe like a JS, like a JavaScript web shell. Maybe we can look up something on... Hexpsycho says you could just read the file in JS and send a web request to burp collaborator so you don't dox your public IP. I mean, if I had a burp collaborator, that would work, but I don't have the paid version of Burp Suite. I think what we can do is we can just Node.js web shell. Just look up, see if somebody has one around. Node.js web shell. I mean, we got one here on GitHub. Maybe JS will show the output. Maybe. Okay. Command in a box. Technologies, AngularJS, Node.js, and Express module. Server.js. Was there a Node.js in the rev shells? Let's take a look. Okay. You're right, MND. Okay, so require child process exec. I mean, we don't want exec, we want we just want to run the commands. I mean, we can run exec. I mean, okay, let's go over here. We'll edit this. So we're not doing netcat. It's not netcat. Instead, we're going to do like cat root flag.txt. I mean, that's assuming that we're running as root. We're told that Your goal is to find and exploit a vulnerability that allows you to read the contents of the root flag.txt on the server. So, okay, so it says it's RCE via node and VM sandbox escape. VM sandbox escape? I don't think I've done like VM sandbox escape before. I mean, this is supposed to be easy. I'm not too sure about that. But anyways, we'll see if this works. We'll just replace whatever's in the script with this. Although we're probably not going to see the results unless we put this in a web accessible directory, maybe. Okay, so in here, so script code, we can we modify this? No. Where do we modify the script code? Run now, delete, back. Can we create new ones? Run now to execute this monitor and see the output. I mean, if we just click on run now, new one. Yeah, let's see if we can create a new one. Okay, monitor is up. Monitors. New monitor. Okay, new monitor. Monitor name, RCE, maybe? Or how about HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, monitor type is going to be custom JavaScript. And we'll just put in our custom JavaScript code. Require child process execcat root flag.txt. Okay, we will create the monitor. And then we will go down and run the thing. Okay, run now. Okay, check completed, status down, response, output. Script error, require is not defined. Okay, so require is not defined. Require child process .exec. I guess we can't import. We can't import anything into our script because require is JavaScript's version or Node.js's version of like importing modules. I mean, the good thing is that we see the errors, so we know what's going wrong. I guess the other place we could go to that our good friend Sick in the Mind was talking about in the Discord earlier, and by the way, we've got a Discord and we got a Reddit. You want to take a look at those. The place is called Payload Playground.com, and this is another nice little resource we can use for security testing. Okay, so we're looking at this is command injection. This is okay. Target OS is Linux. I think what we're looking for is something specific to Node.js. Maybe I can search for it. So search for web shell. File upload cheat sheet, or maybe I look for something specific to Node. Didn't find anything for Node. How about for web shell? File upload cheat sheet. Let's take a look. Man, this is kind of a heavy website. File upload cheat sheet, double extensions, MIME spoofing, web shell payloads. Web shell payloads, okay. So this is PHP, ASP, ASPX, JSP. What is JSP? JavaScript. JavaScript I'm not too sure. So we don't have anything for Node or JavaScript. Yeah. Node. Nope. Oh, JSPs are Tomcat. Oh, okay. Tomcat web pages. I thought it'd be easier than this. Let's try asking the AI. We are injecting malicious Node.js code in a application in an application for a CTF challenge. What is some basic Node.js code that will run the whoami command on a Linux web server? Outlining safe Node.js code. In Node.js, you can run whoami by spawning a child process from the child process module. So in CTF context, this is usually the primitive you're aiming for, but you can only do this in environments where you have explicit permissions. Since the same technique is dangerous in real-world apps, okay? Constant exec equals require child process, and then exec whoami. Okay, let's give it a shot. Where is our application again? Over here. Oh, we'll make a new script from monitors. New monitor. We'll call this RCE for sure this time. Okay, this will be a custom JavaScript. Okay, so let's take a look. So constant exec equals require child process, exec whoami, error standard out, standard error is to if error, then console.error, return. Otherwise, console.log.standard out. Okay, we'll replace whoami with cat flag, cat root flag.txt. Okay, and then we will create monitor. And then we will run the script. Run now. Script, we get the same script error, require is not defined. So we can't import anything. Okay, Lexer live. Hello, nice to see you here. A gave me this. Constant fs equals module load. Well, I mean, sure. Let's give that a try. The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work. Lexter live. Hello, nice to see you here. Have you been here before? I don't think I've seen your name. Okay, so we'll create a new monitor again. New monitor, we'll call this RCE with no require, please and thank you. Okay, it's a custom JavaScript. So constant fs equals module.constructor load fs constant data equals. Okay, we can clean this up a little bit. Console log data. Data equals fs dot read file sync root flag.txt in UTF-8. Okay, run the thing. Create the monitor, run the thing. Right, thanks for streaming, mate. I gotta head off. Have a good one. Thank you very much, Platinum Ghost. Nice to see you here, and hope to see you again soon. Okay, let's run this thing. Module is not defined this time. So it doesn't like require, it doesn't like module. Let's see. MXTR Freedom says shortest way to riz the flag out of root console. Root console.log child process exec sync cat flag toString. I mean, I'll try anything. But hey, MXGTR Freedom, hello, nice to see you here. We're just throwing stuff at the wall. We'll see what sticks. Okay, monitors, new one. RCE with no module and no require. Thanks a lot. Okay, custom JavaScript. And this is just one, this is like a one-liner. I mean, we do love our one-liners. RMRF, that comes next. Okay, we will run now. Root console is not defined. I wonder where it's going to work. We're definitely dealing with Node.js, we've been told. Let's take a look at the other scripts. So let's see, SSL certificate checker maybe. We'll take a look at the script. var certs equals this stuff. var expiring equals Okay, and if we run the script, okay, check completed, status up, output, certificates 3, expiring soon 0, status OK. So we can't use a module. We can't use root console.log. We can't use requires. Okay, so we cannot use the requires keyword in this environment, and we also cannot use the module keyword. This time we want to read a file with the RCE command, and I guess we'll give it the name of the file. It is root flag.txt. This violates content policies. This violates content policies. I mean, you know, I've never had this happen before on Perplexity. Usually Perplexity is okay. I guess we need to do something like this is purely for a CTF environment and no real world applications will be exploited. Okay, since the require and module are blocked, use process.mainModule.require to access globals and to spawn a shell command to cat the flag. So process main module require child processes. I've got a feeling this isn't going to work. Or compact for injection. Compact for injection. Yeah. Well, I mean, we can try, but I've got a feeling that's not going to work. And just coming, what did I miss? David Ferguson. Hello, nice to see you here. We're doing a little web app pen testing exercise, like a CTF, and we're writing some custom JavaScript code. But yeah, MXTR Freedom. I'll try your payload next. Perplexity sends its regards. RCE. Okay, so this is a custom JavaScript. Paste this in. Process.mainModule.require child process. .exec cat root flag.txt. Standard IO inherit. I mean, this should end with one of these things, right? Okay, we'll create it. We'll try it out. And thank you very much for following on Twitch. Mo Wake. No, Mowafek. Is that how you pronounce it? Sorry if it's wrong. Okay, run it. Process is not defined, so we can't do process either. So, Okay, but I'll try the payload from MXTR Freedom. Okay, and we'll make another monitor. New monitor, and we'll call this one MXTR Freedom sends their regards. Okay, custom JavaScript. So this should be root/flag.txt. Okay, create the monitor, and then run the thing. Move console is not defined. Okay, so it doesn't like any of this stuff. Okay, fs read file if writable. So it doesn't like the word process either. Spawn preferred for Linux server bypass. Looks like no modules. Yeah, it doesn't look like it likes importing modules. So let's go back. I mean, we might have to follow we might have to follow the walkthrough for this one. Expiring soon. We only have 4 minutes. We can extend the lab. Okay, we got another 15 minutes. So what is Node? Let's do a little bit of reading, right? What is Node VM? Node.js provides the VM module as a way to compile and run JavaScript code within V8 virtual machine context. It is commonly used to run code in a seemingly isolated environment, separate from the main application. Why is it vulnerable? Lexter Live. Hello, nice to see you here, and thank you for the paste bin link. Let me take a look. Okay, looks like some... Looks like a longer script, okay? And we'll try it out. Go back to monitors, we'll make one. And I guess we'll call this one Lexter Live sends his regards. Okay, we'll call this a custom JavaScript. We'll take a look at what's in the code. Okay, sandbox escape to retrieve the global process object. Constant global process, glob process. Constructor, return process. Access the internal spawning binding directly. Constant spawn sync, glob process.binding spawn sync. Define the standard IO pipe to capture the command output. Constant pipe equals type pipe, readable true, writable true. Thank you very much. Low-Key Abu has rated the channel with 6 viewers. Thank you very much. Low-Key Abu, what were you up to? And let's give Low-Key Abu a shout out. There you go. What were you working on your stream, Low-Key Abu? Hi Raiders, my name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch and on YouTube. And I'm currently working on a challenge from a new platform called Hackadvisor. Hackadvisor's got some really nice labs, and they have a lot of their stuff completely for free, which is nice. We're in the middle of trying to get some remote code execution through Node.js, which we can run on this particular application. Was talking about copyright and intellectual property and watched the Pirate Bay documentary. Oh, awesome, awesome. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. We're currently in the middle of a lab. I'll get the link for the lab for you if you want to try it out yourself. This one over here. You need to have a valid account. You can make an account for free over at Hackadvisor. Where was I? Here. Okay. So define the standard IO pipe to capture the command output. So pipe, readable true, writable true. Execute the command via bin bash or bin sh. So constant result equals spawn sync.spawn file bin sh args.c cat root flag.txt standard IO pipe standard in, standard out, standard error. Output the result. Standard out is at index 1 of the output array. Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Create monitor. And this is Lexter Live sends his regards. We'll execute the script. Run. Process is not defined. It's, yeah. So where's the reference to process? Return process, so it doesn't like this keyword. All right, so we'll just we'll do a little more reading. So let's see. So why is this vulnerable? Node.js documentation explicitly states that the VM module is not a security mechanism. Do not use it to run untrusted code. Despite this warning, developers frequently use VM as a sandbox for user-supplied code, creating a critical security vulnerability. So, I mean, I think one of the things that might be important for this particular challenge is trying to find a way to escape the context of the VM module that they're using. The fundamental issue is that the VM context shares the same V8 isolate and process as the host application. While the sandbox appears isolated, it has its own global object. The prototype chains of objects in the sandbox still connect back to the constructors in the main realm. Try to check what access we have. I think we'll do a little bit of reading, and it's fine if we follow the write-up, as long as we learn something. The most important thing is not getting it done, but it's the education. It's the friends we made along the way. So how the escape works. The classic escape technique exploits JavaScript prototype chains. This refers to the sandbox object. This .constructor gives us the object constructor from the sandbox. Okay, this constructor gives us the function constructor from the outer, unsandboxed realm. Sergeant Pepper says, the most important thing is not using Node.js anymore. Maybe. For David Ferguson says, please do a little explanation from where you started to where you are right now. So we're doing a security challenge from this website called Hackadvisor. This one is called PulseGuard RCE VM Sandbox 1. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to escape the JavaScript VM sandbox in order to run code on the underlying machine. So what we're doing right now is we're reading about what kind of JavaScript code is going to let us escape the VM. What is the word? The VM context and run code directly on the web server. Because we've got an application that will run arbitrary JavaScript code for us. Okay, so let's see. This constructor return process creates and calls a function that returns the host process object. So we need to escape the current object and get into the context of the host machine. So with process access, the attacker can use process.mainModule.require to load any Node.js module. So if we don't escape first, we're not able to run import modules to run our code. Okay, some MXTR Freedom says this constructor return process main module require FS. Yeah, let's give that a try. Okay, so we'll call this one MXTR Freedom 2. MXTR Freedom 2. Custom JavaScript, paste it in. Okay, we probably want to put one of these at the end. So read file sync root flag.txt. See if it works. Don't we need to put this in here? So MXTR Freedom, let me know. I mean, I think we need to put this / at the beginning, otherwise it doesn't know which directory it would be. But you know what? We'll try it like this. If it doesn't work, we'll try your payload exactly as is, and we'll see if something different comes back. Okay, so create monitor, and then run the thing. No need to add root just flag.txt. Okay, so we'll run. Check completed, status up, response time, output null. Output null. So it doesn't It might be because it didn't interpret the file location properly. Let me try it again, but with your exact payload, because I modified yours a little bit. We've got one called GG. I mean, we can give it a try. So if you're the person who created the GG script, I mean, I'll run it to see if it works. Script error is not defined. Script requires not defined. Okay, and we'll go back. We've run out of time for this section, but let's MXTR freedom to exact, and we'll try your exact payload. Maybe you need to log it to standard out, console log or something like that. Okay, so I'll try MXTR Freedom's exact payload. we probably need to output it to console log or whatever. Okay, no such file or directory open root flag.txt. So yeah, it wasn't able to locate flag.txt. Slash required. Yeah, I think the slash is required. So we probably want to do something like so let me grab MXTR Freedom's payload. We'll try only slash flag.txt. Yeah, I can try that. Okay, so new monitor, MX, and this is like the 5th or 6th payload now, custom JavaScript. Okay, so we're just trying slash flag.txt. Slash flag.txt. When we were told that the flag was in root, like root slash flag.txt, I don't think this is going to work unless it's in the top level directory, which it's not. If we wanted to make it local, we could do it like this. Okay, and then run the thing. Yeah, no such file or directory flag.txt. If we change it to slash root slash flag.txt, we'll get a different result. It's just kind of a pain that it takes such a long time to create these things. New thing 8. So if we do slash root slash flag.txt, can we make this into a variable? Var result? Or is this not the way we do it in JavaScript? And then we do like console.log result. I don't know if this is actually going to work or not, because my JavaScript is not very good. Okay, and then run the thing. Yeah, we got it. Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much, MXTR Freedom, for the bulk of the payload. I just needed to adjust it a little bit. So we got the flag. So, I mean, the important thing is that we understand what's going on, and I guess the important thing for this exercise is that we need to escape out of the VM context using this constructor again to escape into the context of the underlying web server. Okay, so before we finish, let me just store the lab over here, and let's read up a little bit about what's going on. I'll save the payload. Where'd we put that thing? So this is the payload that we used. I'll put it in my write-up. And thank you to everybody who contributed to solving the lab, because it probably would have taken me a lot longer if I didn't have people helping me. URL, concept, method of solve. Okay, and I'm just gonna put the payload that worked over here. Let's see, JavaScript. This. JavaScript VM module escape, arbitrary JS JavaScript injection. Please send me the link of your GitHub. Yeah, no worries. Let me grab it over here. There you go. So we'll get the URL for the challenge. So the challenge is over here. And let me get the name of the challenge as well, because it's a bit long. Lab 54 PulseGuard RCE via Node, VM Sandbox Escape. So I mean, PulseGuard, is this a real application? It probably is. And I mean, if it has this kind of vulnerability, they probably patched it like a long time ago. Okay, so this is a markdown file. Gotta make sure to delete all of the spaces. Okay, or they re-added it for the box, I mean, you can download like specific versions of applications as well, right? Especially if it's something that is available on GitHub. You can download, or you can grab the code for the vulnerable version of the application. Can we use colons? Can we use colons in GitHub file names? I'm gonna say no, and I'm just gonna replace the colon with something else. I know there's a bunch of characters that GitHub doesn't like for file names. Okay. So, method of solve. So use the default credentials, or not default credentials. Use the provided credentials to access the app. And the credentials are user at test.com/password123. Okay, observe that there are custom scripts. Custom scripts in the, what is the name of the monitors section of the app? Okay. We can create our own custom script monitor to read the flag file for the challenge, which we've been told is at /root/flag.txt. Custom monitor scripts? Yeah, I think that's what they call them on this application. Where is it? So monitor forbidden. Oh, did this thing expire already? It might have expired. Yeah, okay. The instance probably expired on us. That's fine. We can complete the write-up regardless. So go to the monitors tab and select new monitor. Select, let's see, custom JavaScript monitor, or custom script monitor, I think it's called. Ooh, you know what? I need to spin the thing back up to find out. Okay, let's do that. So this is expired. Can we extend? No, we can't extend. Okay, well, I'm gonna submit the flag, and then I'll try. You don't have an instance for the challenge. Okay, so I need to copy the flag, and I need to reload the page. Custom monitor scripts. You already submitted the flag, did I? I don't remember submitting the flag, I just pasted it in. Hold on. Okay, start lab. Okay, I will submit the flag. That flag is not correct, keep trying. Okay, so apparently each instance has a different flag, maybe? So we need to run the thing again. Alright, so let me copy this. Everybody who wants to give this a try themselves, this is the link. Huh. Hold on. Copy. Oh, no. No. Oh, you know what? This is the interactions. Okay. They've got something called an interaction server, and I think that's kind of like, what is it called? The Burp Suite collaborator. That's really, if that's actually the case, that's really cool. Anyways, let's if you want to access this, it's over here. So test at user at test.com. Password 123. Okay, and then we go to monitors, new monitor, and then monitor type custom JavaScript. Okay, we need that in our report. Custom JavaScript. From the dropdown. Okay, and then put the following code in the script. Let me grab the... You know, I'm really surprised that I was able to get it right on the first try. It's usually not something that happens with me. Custom JavaScript, pwn for fun. Okay, and then create monitor. Run now. Oh yeah, okay. So the flag is here. So put the following code in the script. Click on create monitor. Click on the monitor. Click on run now. You get the flag. Smiley face. Okay, we'll just we'll commit these changes. We'll go in, we'll grab the flag, and then we'll move on to the last thing we're doing today. Okay. Okay, here's the flag. Submit, and done. Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and get ready for our last challenge. So I think we've got like 2 hours that we can work on this last challenge. So let me set up the time. It's 120 minutes. Okay, so I think another thing about this that we should really understand is that it explains why the payload has to be the way it is down over here, which is very, very nice. So normally in these kind of CTF challenges, they don't do very much teaching, which is kind of a shame. Usually the teaching is done through like write-ups, but having the documentation for why the vulnerability is the way it is on the site itself that's attached to the challenge, that's a very nice quality of life feature. So I'd say that Hackadvisor is a good platform, and I'd like to continue using it. Yeah, for sure. And if you don't know where it is, let me just leave the link for it one more time. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the last challenge we're doing today. It is called HackMyVM.eu. This is another great CTF education website. I've got like a million of these things, or at least it feels like I've probably got something closer to like 20 or 30 of them. And we're just going to take a little break while I have a little bit of water, because the ads are running on Twitch right now. But in the meantime, why don't you watch my favorite? Actually, no, it's not my favorite, but this is a really good bird video. Okay, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but in the meantime, enjoy the birds. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Although it is kind of sad to see the birds go. Okay, so we're going to be doing a machine on here. It's called Doll, I think. Doll. And I think I selected this one because it has something to do with Docker hacking. If you want to learn more about this, you can take a look at the page over here. Okay, and so I've already taken the liberty of downloading the VM and deploying it to my network. Docker hacking. Yeah. I mean, I want to learn more about Docker hacking. That's why I chose this one. I don't know the solution, but I know that there's going to be Docker involved. Let me go ahead and spin up the virtual machine. And then we can get started. So I'm deploying this virtual machine on the same network as my Kali Linux machine that I'm working off of. And we're going to be using the Kali Linux machine to try to exploit the doll machine. The doll machine is going to let us know what IP address it has. Of course, we can always use an application to find out where the machine is on the network. So we could use ARP-scan. This will let us know through ARP scanning, ARP packets, what machines are on the network and responding. We are learning as you are. Well, I mean, learning is a constant process, and what we're doing here is we're trying to hack the box. Well, we're trying to hack the box, but we're not using hack the box. This is topic number 5. This is HackMyVM Doll. It's a Linux CTF box challenge. So it looks like it's over at address number 31. And we're just going to scan this using Nmap. So when we use nmap, we have to set a bunch of different flags and parameters. We run it very verbose. We run it on all the ports. We run it very fast, but not too fast. We run all of our common scripts and versioning information for any services that we find. And when we run this, it's going to let us know that there's port 22, which is SSH, and there's port 1007. I've never encountered port 1007 before, so I'm curious as to what's actually running on that port. Okay, so what do we got? Port 22 is remote login, so we could use SSH to remotely log into the machine if we had a valid username and password. Port 1007 is Docker registry. So it's some sort of Docker API endpoint. I've never encountered this before, so it should be titled site does not have a title. We probably want to manually navigate to this endpoint. Hold on. So the IP address, let me just grab the IP address. We'll try accessing this directly in our web browser. Docker registry is like Docker Hub, a storage of Docker images. Oh, interesting. Jay Soberbeck, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we're just going to go over to... If you want to download this yourself, I left the link for the machine over at HackMyVM. And while HackMyVM is another free resource, you can go over there, you can download the virtual machines and deploy them to your network if you want to try this out yourself. Okay, so this is HTTP, and this is port 1007. And there's nothing here. Or at least I don't think there is. Nothing's loading up. So just to confirm, I'm going to do a curl request. We'll call this our web app testing tools tab. Okay, we'll curl this thing and request completely sent off 200 OK, content length 0. So we get nothing back from this page. Before I go on, I want to make sure that this is what the difficulty of this particular machine is. Okay, this is supposed to be an easy level machine because it's colored green. But, okay. The other thing we could do is we could look for advice on how to hack port 1007. Kaizo, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So from a website like... Oh, what is it called? Hackertricks. Hacktricks. The Hacktricks wiki over here. So if it's a Docker registry, it will have predictable API. So I just want to see if there's anything, if there's a specific article here for it. There's like search function, right? There used to be a... Okay, the search function is up here. This used to be a much easier website to use. I don't see anything for 1007. I wonder if there's anything for Docker? Pen testing Docker. So they've got a section for this. And I guess if anybody else wants to take a look, you could try v2 path, because Nmap said it's API v2, and fuzz for API documentation. Yeah, I mean, we could. Let's try that. So v2. Ah, we get something back. So, I mean, we could v2, we could fuzz for... I'm not too sure what the endpoints would be called. So Docker, let's see if we can look up something for API. Docker API. Podman, Remote API is running by default on port 2375 when enabled. The service by default will not require authentication, allowing an attacker to start a privileged Docker container. Okay, so I mean this is identified by Nmap as the Docker service, but I mean we didn't see Docker service here. This is just listed as an HTTP service. So Docker Registry API 2.0. Catalog. I mean, I'll give it a try. It's a Docker machine. Dolly. There's a repository called Dolly. So I guess what we need to do is we need to... Do we pull? Do we pull the repository somehow? So if there's a... You could. Okay. So Docker pull container from arbitrary server. So to pull a Docker container from an arbitrary or private server, use docker pull command followed by the full server URL, port, and image path. Docker pull my registry 500, 5000, my image latest. If the private server is private, you must first authenticate using Docker login. I mean, let's just copy this command here. So I think it was called like Dolly, right? Dolly, repositories Dolly. Okay, so we'll call this, I don't know, we'll make an extra thing. We'll call it Docker stuff. Hello Dolly, yeah, hello Dolly. All right, Docker pull. This is going to be, well, it's 1007, and it's the IP address. So let me just grab the IP address here. Okay, 1007 Dolly latest. Okay, permission denied while trying to connect to Docker daemon port. Permission denied. Is the IP... Oh, do we need to do like HTTP? Can we just use the IP? This is local. Well, I mean, it's on a different machine. So SysOS, this is local, Docker is not running. So does that mean... Try Docker PS. I mean, this is on a remote server. So the repository is on the remote server. I don't have... Oh, you know why I get permission denied? Because I'm not part of the Docker group. Okay. So I have to run all of my Docker commands as sudo. Now I get a different response. Error response from daemon, HTTPS. HTTP server gave HTTP response to HTTPS client. Or add the shy hat to the Docker group. I really need to get around to doing that. But it's okay, I can run sudo with my Docker commands. So, I mean, this is an HTTPS. So, I mean, that might be the reason. Can we do Docker without without HTTPS? Or can we specify specifically HTTP? Invalid reference format, so it doesn't like HTTP there. Invalid reference format. How about we wrap everything in quotes? No, it doesn't like that. Okay, pull Docker container from arbitrary server over HTTP, not S. Okay, to pull you must configure the Docker daemon to treat specific server as an insecure registry. So how do we configure? You need to edit the Docker daemon configuration file, which is located at etc Docker daemon, and then open or create the JSON file, insecure registries, or remove latest. Can we? I mean, removing latest by itself, it still doesn't like the reference format. So I think we really do need to go into the configuration file. So / etc daemon docker daemon.json. Let's see if it exists first. No such file or directory. Okay, so etc docker should exist. So this does exist. Daemon.json doesn't exist. Do we need to create it? So this is all owned by root, so we probably need to sudo nano to create it. You can just use the name in the pull after config, create it, okay? And then paste in insecure registries. This is what we're being told. So yourregistry.com, support 1007, and we'll use the IP address. Hopefully we can, and we don't need to specifically use like a domain. Okay. And then reload and restart Docker. After modifying the configuration file, you must reload the system daemon and restart the Docker service for the changes to take effect. Okay, so daemon reload restart Docker. Okay, and then you can verify the configuration by running docker info grep insecure registries. I don't see any insecure registries. Wait. Okay, so we got an insecure registries list here. Great. That means that we should be able to pull the container now. So docker pull yourregistryserver.com. Okay. So I think all we need to do, the music stopped. Let me start up the music again. How about some of StarCraft Never Disappoints? Okay. You know what? Before I do this, I should probably enter another make a directory for this. We're going to call this doll. Thank you very much, Kyrie33, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, let's pull the thing. Sudo, what is it? Sudo docker pull. Dolly. Okay, done. Great. We pulled the register. or we pulled the container. So I guess from here we just docker start the container and then enter it. Sudo docker run. Sudo docker run dolly. I forget what the full command is. Oh, docker run container. Run container in shell. So enter the container. Docker run it bash. Oh, okay, thank you, Lexter. Okay, docker run it dolly bash. Unable to find latest dolly locust locally. Let's see. Unable to find dolly latest locally. So do we need to pull latest? Was latest spelled like this? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so image is up to date, dolly latest, sudo docker ps first name. First, maybe the name is different. We don't have it here. I don't see dolly here. I mean, we pulled it. ps-a. Let's see. War games container. Bloodhound. I don't see the dolly container here, though. Yeah, it's not here. I mean, there's nothing in the current directory. We pulled it. Docker image, sudo docker image ls. Oh, here it is. So the repository is this. Image ID created. So do we... Do we refer to it by this, or do we refer to it by the image ID? Bash executable not found, unknown. Okay, so maybe not bash, maybe ash or sh. Ash. Okay, so ash works. So we're now in the Docker container, and we're probably, I mean, we're running as root, right? So we just need to find some secrets in here. So there's no www directory. Home? Bella. Okay, so there's a Bella user. There might be something interesting in that home directory. Ash history and SSH. So the SSH key, we might be able to steal it. There also might be something interesting in the .ash history. Yeah, I mean, this just points us at the SSH private key. Or, I'm assuming it's an SSH private key. So ID RSA, cat it out. Yeah, this is an SSH private key as Bella. So we might be able to access this we'll just make our own copy of this, of the IDRSA, over, we'll use this for remote access. We'll enter the dull directory. Okay, so nano IDRSA, make a copy of the SSH private key, and we need to give it the proper permissions, because we can't have any read or write permissions for either the group or the public users. So some chmod 600 IDRSA, and then we can try to log in as the Bella user. So SSH -I IDRSA Bella at IP address. IP address is here. Sick in the mind, hey, what is up? We're just trying to break into we're trying to break into another box. We were able to pull a local Docker container and then enter it. We found some credentials in there. Sounds good. Oh, the music? Yeah. This is StarCraft 2. Okay. Continue connecting, yes. Oh, there's a passphrase. So we need to crack the passphrase for the private key. Okay, so we can do SSH to John to pull out the hash from the IDRSA key and redirect it to ssh.hash. And then we can do good old John the Ripper. John word list. We'll use our old reliable user share word list rocku.txt and run it on ssh.hash. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is rocku. Oh, did I spell something wrong? User share. I misspelled the word list. So everybody in the Twitch chat, you can give this emote right here, the shy 31 typo, and then you can spam that over and over again, like this. So this is the emote we use when we make typos. Okay, so word list. Thanks, Lexter Live. Thanks. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're trying to crack the passphrase for the SSH private key using rocku. Sorry, using the rocku list with John the Ripper. It's a pretty standard thing to do in your easy CTF boxes, but usually something would have come back by now. What is that? What is that emote, sick in the mind? Oh, the emote? Okay. I made a 3-width pyramid. Awesome. Okay, so we can just wait for this. I mean, in the meantime, we could also take a look at the rest of the container to see if there's anything good. I don't think there is, but let's take a look at... Let's see. So we got Bella here. Oh, you know what else we could do? We could see if there are password hashes in here. So in the etc shadow file, because we're working as the... Yeah, we've got a hash for the Bella user. We might want to try cracking this as well. Hanky Lodwick, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so the Bella user... Let's just grab this. I think we need to unshadow this before we can do anything with it. This is from the shadow file, right? And nano, we'll call this... Oh, we need to go into the dull directory. Nano shadow. Okay, so this is the entry for Bella. And let's grab the entry for Bella in the password file so that we can unshadow this. ls root. Oh yeah, there might be something in the root directory as well. Cat, etc. password. So I just want to get the Bella entry from here so that we can unshadow and then start messing around with that. Where is it? Nano password. Save that. And then we can do unshadow. Unshadow. Was it password and then shadow, or shadow and then password? Password, shadow, redirect to unshadow.txt or unshadow.hash. Okay. Automod? What got automodded? Oh, you got automodded by the spam filter, or like it didn't like you using too many emote spam. Oh, the term DTFO. Okay, okay. Yeah, unfortunate. Let's go into the root directory to see if there's anything there. There's also ash history for. Well, I mean, we're the root user. I wonder if there's anything good in there though. Yeah, this is all the stuff we did. SU Bella. So I mean that's, yeah, I mean nothing super exciting. Yeah, I gotta approve it. Let me approve it. Allow. What is this? Doubtful, but a password might lead to GTFO bin sudo priv. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so did we manage to crack that thing? We probably can't crack that thing. I mean, the unfortunate thing is that we're probably not going to be able to crack this password either. I mean, we could try. I mean, this is another cracking tab in this case. Okay, so let me take a look at... We can't... I probably shouldn't brute force two things at once. John the Ripper, unshadow, Linux. Okay, unshadow is a utility. We've used unshadow. We want to use it with John the Ripper. So just pass the output file to John to start cracking. So we don't... Yeah? I mean... I don't know. CyberChef. Could we CyberChef this? You're already root on that machine. Why do you need to crack the shadow? You can change Bella's password if you want. I mean, the thing is that we want to... We're only root on the Docker container. And what we want to do is we want to get Bella's password so we can log into the actual local machine as the Bella account. And because there might be like password reuse, there's probably password reuse. Where were we doing it? I think we were doing it over here. Yeah, so the SSH hash, we weren't able to find it there. Actually, you know what we can do? We could try crack station, right? Or maybe we... So still need to priv-esc on the host. Yeah, so we've only accessed the Docker container so far. So the other thing we've got is the unshadow. Over here. I've got a feeling that that this isn't going to crack. But I'm not too sure if I should wait for this to finish, or if I should just, you know, cancel it right now. Are you able to get a shell on the host? No, we don't. The only thing we had access to on the host was a Docker repository. So over here on 1007, there was a Docker registry. We were able to find a container on the Docker registry, which we pulled, and then we entered. That's where we were able to find like an RSA key. Sorry, an SSH private key. We tried cracking it. I'll GPU hashcat it real quick. Does SSH ask for ID? Yeah. I mean, we tried to log in with just the SSH key, private key. It would ask for a password or a passphrase. But sick in the mind, yeah, I mean, I can pass it to you if you like. Are you talking about... Well, I mean, I can pass you both of these. So unshadow.hash is this. Already OCR'd it. Did you? And ssh.hash is much longer. I'll paste spin this for you if you want to give it a try. That one you got. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's paste spin it. Create new paste. Check the password in the environment, or maybe you need SSH from the registry. Okay, so here's the paste bin link if you want to give. Music getting tense. Yeah, kind of. Oh, see, Strasser, you have to... Everything has to be lowercase. Oh, no, it doesn't. Hey, thank you for the Hack the Planet redeem, C. Strasser. Thank you. Okay, so... Yeah, the Kraken's still going on over here. We can dig in a little bit. We're intensely pasting into pastebin. Okay, so I mean it's just a typical Linux file system here. Is there anything in the op directory? Oh, how about the envs? So there's nothing special in the env. Apparently it was removed. Oh, the pastebin was removed? Really? Let me try it out myself. Oh, really? Or I might have been, yeah, I might have been auto-removed. Let me try it one more time, and if it doesn't work, then... Is there an alternative service we can use? For, is there an alternative to pastebin? You can DM me on Discord. They probably don't like hashes instead of pastebin. Yeah, I mean I can DM you on Discord, sure. Let me pull up Discord. Do I have you added on I don't even know if I've got you added on... Just put it on Discord. Okay. Anyways, so HackerFrog server, we'll put this in general. I don't know if they would like this in general though. I mean, I can always delete it afterwards. Okay, the message is too long for my regular Discord. Upload as file. Okay, I uploaded it as a file. if you want to take a look. It should be in the HackerFrogs general chat. Let me know if you don't have if you can't download it. So you know what? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop cracking this one, ssh.hash, and we're gonna try the other file. So unshadow.txt. Did I not create in this directory? Put everything you were doing, both the commands and GitHub, in GitHub. I mean, when I do my write-up, then yeah, but okay, so unshadow.hash. We'll give this a try. Detected hash type SHA-512 crypt, but the string is also recognized as HMAC SHA-256. Okay, so we'll try. We're trying to crack this one right now. The Bella user's credentials. Check the directory where you got the RSA. Yeah, we can do that. There's nothing here. Home Bella. So we got our ash history and we got our SSH, which is where we find the ID RSA. Mohammed Ibrahim. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? .ssh ID RSA. This is where we got our private key. Ash history. It only has reference to creating the private key. There's no sudo here because we couldn't really like enumerate sudo permissions. History command? I mean, we've already looked at the history. Oh, you know what? Huh. No, there's some extra stuff here. So add user Bella. And then they probably created the user, they assumed the user's account. And then all of my stuff. Can I enumerate the open ports on hosts? You mean the this host? We only found 2 open ports. We found port 22 and we found the Docker repository on port 1007. Okay, you can try to see any metadata leaking in the Docker container. Oh, you know what? Lexter Live, you're right. We should probably take a look at the Docker image history. There might be some hidden stuff in there. That's good. Follow the commands from your history on your GitHub when you're done. Yeah, we'll try. We need to finish first. Okay, so Docker stuff. Let's just exit out of here. I don't think there's anything else we need to look at. So it's like Docker history. Lexter. Sudo Docker image history image name. So let me just get the image name first. So the image name is this. Sudo Docker. Usually put in only the relevant ones. Yeah, I mean, I try to omit stuff that's not super. Just the key commands get put into the write-up. Docker image history. Image name, tag. So we look for tags, or do we look for everything? Let's just look for tags first. But what tag would we look for? Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Lexter, you're right. Wow. We found a password in here. All right. Okay, so maybe we can... Well, we can stop brute forcing now. And then we can log in. What was it called? This is just SSH. Okay, done. We're in. Wow. Geez, I can call up Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk all about this. Thank you, Lexter, for suggesting to take a look at the Docker image history. You know, I should have remembered that this kind of stuff exists, but yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man. Teamwork, yep.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Doll Administrator, it seems like you like hosting your own Docker images on your private server. That is a big mistake. We are able to pull your Docker image and then enumerate it for passwords. We're able to find a password, and we're able to find an SSH private key on your image, which we're able to pull out and use to access your server directly. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Thank you, Scary Hacker Voice Man, for explaining what we did to get access to the server. Sick in the Mind says, is that the intended route, though? I mean, I'd say it's probably the intended route, since this kind of thing comes up in Docker-themed like CTF exercises all the time. I mean, Lexter talked about how he found the password in the Docker image history, like in a previous CTF, right? Okay, so what do we do now? So we're now the Bella user, and we have direct access. We got a user flag. I mean, I'm not really here for the flags. I'm more here for the education. We also have our SSH directory. I wonder if we have any sudo... we got sudo permissions. Okay, so all no password, user bin, listen on leet. What is this FZF binary? I've never heard of this before. Okay, so FZF Linux program. So the FZF Fuzzy Finder is a fast general purpose command line fuzzy finder tool for Linux and other platforms. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Sammy. Okay, found API key and Docker history on a different challenge. Yeah, I mean, that makes... It is supposed to be something you do whenever you encounter Docker. You should be looking at the Docker history logs. Okay, interactive search. So FZF Fuzzy Finder provides a dynamic interactive interface. I mean, what else? I mean, even if that's not the intended route, like, it is something that people will be looking for. FZF is magic. FZF is magic, is it? Okay, so we'll go to GTFO bins. GTFO bin probably doesn't have like an entry on this binary. We can search. Oh wow, it does have an entry on GTFO bins. Okay, so I mean we want a shell, right? So this function can be performed by any unprivileged user. FCF bind enter execute bin sh. It's a powerful tool. You should use warp. Warp? I've never heard of that. Bravo. Hello, nice to see you here. Bravo Hex Nop. Bravo Nop. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the stream. Hello. It's a fuzzy finder for the terminal Google search equal. Really? Huh. I wonder. So this executable can run non-interactive system commands. So let's see. This executable can run non-interactive system commands. Commands can be issued via post requests, for example. Let's see. This function can be performed by an unprivileged user. So FCF's listen on. I think this is what we're supposed to be doing on this one here. So listen on leet. So this creates a fuzzy finder listening on 1337. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I guess my take for that kind of thing is that if the whole purpose is to go from remote infiltration, and it's based on just exploiting a box they built on Docker, it's like hacking yourself at that point because it wasn't just a hosted vulnerable VM. It wasn't just a hosted vulnerable VM. I mean, the thing about this exercise is that on this exercise, the vulnerable box has an exposed Docker repository or Docker registry, and on the Docker registry it has the box that we can pull and then disassemble to take a look at the history logs, and also grab the SSH private key. So I mean, I think it's plausible as an intended route, I think. Okay, so you just downloaded it? Yeah, so we I mean the box is hosting the Docker repository, or the Docker, what was it? What is it called? The Docker registry. So it's hosting the Docker registry on port 1007. Oh, no worries, Sick in the Mind. I mean, if we were to do this with one of the Docker Labs containers, one of those exercises, then it would be a different thing. Okay, so let's. Where are we? Remote access. Okay, so we can run this command, and I guess we'll run this command. And I think what we need to do is run arbitrary commands through this. I think that's what. So you run sudo this, and then so we run this, and then listen on port 1337. I mean, does this expose 1337 to the network? So if we scan port 1337, no, it doesn't expose this port to the network. I thought we were just whipping out cheat engine. No worries. Okay, so if we can run this, then commands can be issued via post requests. So for example, curl So this is command execution. This is shell. So sudo. This function is performed by the privileged user if executed by a sudo. If there are environment variables involved, they must be passed in by a sudo var. Sudo var equals value or exported then by a sudo e. So what do they want us to do here? They want us to pass in commands via post requests. Okay, and if that's the case, then hold on. So we would curl localhost on the port 1337 and then execute path to command. Path to command is, I don't know, let's just do who am I for fun, or what was it, /bin. Where's the who am I command? Which who am I? User bin who am I. Okay, so we'll run this command, see if it executes. Okay. FZF has a network feature? Apparently. I've never used it before. I'll give you the GTFO bins link for this if you want to take a look at it yourself. Okay, so let me copy this. Maybe we can run it from within our shell. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay, so we'll run this. We'll run it as a process. Then we'll run this command. And it hangs. Remove the backslash. Remove the backslash. Where's our backslash? Huh. Wait. Well, I mean, the thing is that we only have user bin fzf with this particular argument. So we have to have the backslash here. So listen backslash equals. I mean, if we run this as sudo without the backslash, it's not going to run without a password. Port not available. I mean, it's listening on the port. If we ss netstat tulpen, it is listening. You need 2 terminals open. Oh, you know what? You know what that means? That means we need to tmux. So I mean, I sure do love tmux. Yay! There's no tmux. Which tmux? No tmux. Dang. I mean, I guess I could also create another terminal. I mean, we could log in as both users as in 2 different terminals. It's fine, right? We'll call this remote 2. I just need to get the password again. Okay, so it's SSH-I ID RSA Bella at what's the IP address? This one. Okay, and then let me get the password. Okay, you can create another SSH session. Yeah, that's what we just did. Okay, so here. Okay, so I think we need to kill this. But maybe we can't kill this because... Yeah, because this is not our process. This is considered root's process. Listen on another open port, maybe? I don't think we can... I don't think we can do that. Can you send it a command? Well, let's try. So this one right here. Bring it to the front again using FG. So we can... I think we need it from here, right? Foreground? Yeah, okay. So we're here. And then we just need to issue our commands through the other terminal. Okay, so it is running. We'll try sending it a command via what they recommend over here. And I think... So this was the command we wanted to do. So localhost on leet. So we send the command in the other terminal. We don't see anything. Charanjit, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You're from Talwara City. Hello. Okay, we sent the command curl d execute. So data. I mean, we assume that this is a post request. We can also get like verbose, post auto reinserted, connection refused. Huh. Connection refused. Charanjit, hello, nice to see you here. And we've got another break. And while the breaks go on, we'll put on the birds. There's a lovely bird. Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. Hold on. Zoom double? Huh, it doesn't let me. Use the bird emojis, thank you. That's a very lovely bird. This is a northern flicker woodpecker. It's a very common woodpecker here in Canada where I live. Anyways, put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. So it says connection refused. I wonder why. So localhost, it's listening, but it refuses the connection. Let's see what happens if we just access it without the post request. Okay. So this is invalid request method. So this comes back as bad request. But if we do the post request, we just send like test data. This still comes back as bad request. Who am I on SSH session? SSH session? Maybe it's a different path. Unknown action. Bad request. Okay, so if we send this command, this time it came back okay. That's funny because we sent the same thing before, but it's the response unknown action test. Right. This is why the connection was refused. So we executed this. We didn't get a response. Or is the response in here? The response is not in here. So it might have executed, but we don't receive. It might be blind. So I mean, how else could we test this? So execute, touch, temp, HackerFrogs rule.txt, and see if this see if this executes. If it does execute, then we should see a new file in temp. Okay, it created the file as root. So it is running the commands. So all we need to do is we need to send like a reverse shell command, and then we're done. So let's set up a listener over here. Netcat listener, and we'll do rl wrap on 443. Are you teaching something? We're doing a challenge right now. We're trying to figure out if we can get root access to this challenge machine over here. It's called dull, I think. Why do you need RevShell rather than making a copy of bin bash and making an SUID? I mean, we could do a few different things. I like to get my we could do this a number of different ways. You're right, Hanky Lodwig. Okay, so the machine is called dull. And if you want to take a look at it yourself, then you would need to have an account over at HackMyVM. Okay, so I mean, if we wanted to make like a root bash or something, what is the command we would want to do? We would execute copy bin bash. We have bin bash, right? Just want to make sure. Yeah, user bin bash. So we would do something like copy user bin bash to temp root bash, and then chmod u plus s, I think, u plus s temp root bash, and that's all, right? Okay, in the real case, getting back the rev shell is harder because you don't have a C2 server. I mean, that's true. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this command. If this, oh, we also need to, yeah, no, okay. I think that these two commands should be enough to create our root bash that we can use to get elevated shell. So back on remote 2. Okay, run that. Now in the temp directory, there should be an SUID version of bash. So just run root bash. And now we are, hold on. We need to root bash -p. Okay, root bash -p. Now we're the root user, and we're very close to finishing the exercise. Very, very close. Okay, so I mean, now that we've got our root access, then we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, we're root. Now we need to just move into the root directory and grab that flag, and we're done. This was pretty interesting. I don't do very much Docker hacking. It's good to be able to start collecting a little bag of tricks that you can use when you encounter Docker. And yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to submit my root flag. It's okay. I don't really care too much about points. Okay, that's awesome. Look at the printed account when you Control-C on FCF session. Oh, really? Where? Okay. Look at the printed account when you Control-C on FCF session. So the FCF session, Control-C. Root. Oh, okay. So you actually see the printed commands here. So the who am I commands were actually going off, but we couldn't see the output. Good luck and have fun. No fear, X-Man. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay. So, I mean, I guess the only thing that's left to do now is to do a write-up. Okay, Sisoa says you should make some Docker containers yourself to see how they work. I would like to create some Docker containers because I would like to do some like CTF exercises inside of Docker containers. It seems like a pretty good way to package up little security exercises. No fear says in life form. You while also in life form. Thank you. SysOS says it's not hard. I mean, you just need to teach yourself how to do it like everything else. That's what I assume. Okay, all you need is some command that does something. Docker, perhaps? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's do our little write-up over here, because, I mean, if I don't do the write-up now, I have to do the write-up later, and I'd rather do the write-up now. So walkthroughs, this is for HackMyVM. And this is a Linux Easy box. So we got Linux. I'll add one for Easy. And this is doll.md. Where to find paid to click pages? I don't know what you're referencing there. We don't. Hank Lawwood says it's on THM AOC 2024. If you want to dig more into the Docker registry, I mean, I could have sworn I did that exercise because I do all of the Advent of Cyber stuff. But yeah, okay. So the URL where you can find the challenge, the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's record the URL. It's over here. The concept for this challenge is, let's see, arbitrary Docker, are they called registries? Let me grab the thing. So they're called Docker registries, right? So arbitrary Docker registry container pulls. So arbitrary Docker registry container pulls and Docker container history enumeration. And the last thing we learn on this box is FCF sudo svf command execution. Okay. So let's document this. So the system has 2 ports exposed, port 22 and port 1007. Okay, Kaizo, gotta go. Have a nice day ahead. Hey, awesome. Thank you very much for coming by, Kaizo, and see you next time. Their company, where to find faster make project, paid click pages. I don't know what you're advertising here, No Fear Man. If it's something illegal, I don't want anything to do with it, thank you. Okay, so 1007, so 1007 is a Docker registry API? What do we call it? Yeah, Docker registry API. Can use Docker commands to see what is hosted on the registry. No fear, man. I don't know what you're trying to communicate here. Okay, so what was the command we used to enumerate? I think it was... Oh, no. It was, here. So v2 catalog. So it's not the Docker command in this case. We navigate to the following endpoint on the Docker registry to find what containers it is hosting. Like this. v2 catalog. Okay, and then stream is so chill and peace. Deserves that sub for real. Hey, Kzori. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we see that there is a container named Dolly. We can use Docker commands to, what do we use them for? Pull the registry, or pull the container. So the Docker command we use is what? Sudo docker pull. Well, docker pull this thing. Okay. No fear, X-Men. I really don't understand what you're trying to say. Okay, so over here, use the Docker command to pull the container. Docker pull this thing on this port, Dolly latest. If we don't have... I guess the other thing we need to talk about is the fact that we normally can't pull on an HTTP protocol. So this server is not HTTPS. So we have to edit a Docker configuration file to accept the server as an insecure one. And I guess we can say add the following to the, was it etc. docker, was it docker.daemon? Where did I put it? Etc. docker daemon.json. But Henky, hey, how are you? How are you, man? Do you used to stream? I saw that you streamed on your YouTube channel. Do you still stream there? If you still stream on your YouTube, I could host your stream after I finish streaming sometime. It would be nice. Documentation is harder than exploiting. Sometimes it feels like documentation is harder than doing the actual hacking, because doing the actual hacking is sometimes very fast. The documentation can feel very slow sometimes. Okay, add the following to the etc. docker daemon.json file. And we'll go ahead and grab the contents. Insecure registries. Okay, so after this, we need to restart the daemon and docker. Well, I mean, you need to have a lot of skills to be a good hacker. I mean, I don't call myself a good hacker or anything, but yeah, you need to know a lot of stuff. We need to restart the daemon and docker. I think those commands were something like systemctl history grep. Okay, I think we still might have them in one of our windows. No? The skill of hunting, of course. Let's see. Henky says I still stream. I just try to make a good membership content. Henky says I hate to do reports and detailing the vulns. Can you teach me on doing documentation? I mean, I'm sure you know how to do documentation as well. So I need to find the tab where I was actually running those commands. Was it here? No, it wasn't here. I just need to hunt around for this stuff. I think I might have been doing it in the Docker stuff. Yeah, this one. So systemctl daemon reload and systemctl restart Docker. Okay, and then Docker pull. So after we do that, then we get the name of the Docker container. So this was more Docker commands. So I think it was Docker ps-a? No, this wasn't. This was something else. This was Docker image ls. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, No Fear X-Man, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Where are we? Okay, so we get the name of the Docker container here, and then we enter the container with the shell as root. So that's Docker IT something something. This one. Docker run IT dolly ash. Okay, and then so from here, I guess we should divide this into sections as well. So method of solve, the first section is going to be the starting scans, and then the next section will be called initial access. I guess we're not really on initial access yet, are we? I guess this will be the start of the initial access section. Okay, thank you very much, Jeremy Burton, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so from here we want to enumerate users. I mean, this is just going into the home directory. Actually, an easier way to do this would be I mean, enumerating users is fine. So just like go into the home directory. We see that there is a Bella user. In her home directory, there is an SSH private key. So copy the key to our own attacker machine. Call it ID RSA and change its permissions. What are the commands? It's like chmod 600 ID RSA. When we try to use it to log in via SSH, we find out it is passphrase protected. We don't know what the passphrase is, but we can see if the Docker container has any clues in its logs history. So this is where our lovely enumeration command comes in. Did you hear about the OffSec OSAI? Wow, OSAI? No, I haven't heard about that, Anacat. Wrench asks, what is the best platform for cloud hacking other than Pwned Labs? I mean, have you done all of the stuff on Pwned Labs? I mean, I think there might be some stuff on the new platform we looked at today. So we looked at a platform called Hackadvisor. Let me see if I can pull it up. So Hackadvisor, let's take a look at the challenges over here. So all types, all categories. So type and category We got web API mobile AI security. They don't say anything about web here though. So I guess there's no web stuff. Sorry, not web, cloud. Because I don't see any cloud. I mean, one of the good things, you know what? I think, let me take a look at my education resources. Because I might have some stuff there. For cloud. Cloud security. Okay, yeah, so we got, we have Pwned Labs, we have the Flaws CTF challenges, Azure Security CTF. Okay, yeah, try checking this out. Hack the Box has AI hacking labs. Hack the Box has AI hacking labs. I mean, I'm not sure. Has anyone done all this stuff on Pwned Labs? I mean, the stuff on Pwned Labs, there's a lot of stuff there. It's a very good resource, especially considering that cloud stuff costs money to maintain. I mean, everything costs money to host, but cloud stuff, yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch, so let's put on the birds. How about these woodpeckers? Okay, this is a lovely video. I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the music and the birds. Yeah, I love these birds. These are some woodpeckers, and these are hatchlings. Well, they're not. They're fledglings. So they just left their nest, and they're still super young. They're very very cute. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, where are we? Oh, we're doing our write-up. Okay, let's finish that. So we don't know what the passphrase is, but we can see if the Docker container has any clues in its logs history. So the command we ran was over here. It was Docker image history, and we were able to get a password out of it. Okay, so we get the password, or the passphrase, and we are able to log on directly to the box as the Bella user. You built this command because I see you're documenting it. I didn't build the commands. I'm just recording what commands we used to solve the challenge. Because if we come across something similar in the future, we can look at our notes and we can see what kind of commands we used in the other exercise. So if we, yeah, it's basically keeping good notes so that you can repeat a process that you've done before. So if I come across another challenge where we have access to a Docker container that we download, then I know which commands to use for next time. Okay, so we log in directly as the Bella user, and then this is privilege escalation. Privilege escalation. Spell everything correctly, please. No. Okay, so for privilege escalation, this user has sudo permissions with the FZF program. So you figure that out with sudo L, and then we can, this program has an entry on the GTFO bins website. We'll provide the link. Okay, copy all the commands from your history and then paste them into your GitHub. This is essentially what we're doing right now, David Ferguson. Okay. So this is the web page that references how to hack the FCF binary. So we have to run the sudo command from one terminal and run the malicious commands from another localhost terminal. Okay, so the command we run is... Do we have our access here? Yeah, here we go. So user local bin FCF listen on 1337. And run the following command to create an SUID binary of the bash command. Or I guess the bash shell we'll call it. The bash shell command. Following command on another terminal. Okay, so I think we had that over in this window. So copy user bin bash temp root bash chmod u+s, this stuff. Copy that. Okay. Okay. K Zori says, that's iconic. I should really get fluent in this method, recording everything that I do. Yeah. I mean, if you do good documentation, you should only have to do... You should be able to refer back to your own notes to do a lot of hacking if you encounter the same scenarios, the same applications, the same environment, the same types of environments. Okay, and from there, just access the root bash command to become root. So it's just temp root bash -p done like dinner. Smiley face. Okay, that was another write-up done. Great. All right, we might kick off early tonight because, well, I don't think I want to start up another thing. But you know what? Before we go, we'll talk about what we're going to be doing later on this week and what we've got planned for other streams. So today was Web App Wednesday, March 18th. The next stream is going to be on Friday. More people, best result. What are we talking about? So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some programming on Friday. We're going to be doing Advent of Code. We do some Python coding over there, keeping our keeping our coding skills sharp. Well, sharper, anyways. Data encoding. We already did this one. I'm going to need to replace this with something else. So topic 2 is going to be something else. I'll come up with something later. we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School, and we're going to be learning some Python basics. This time we're going to be learning loops. So we're just going to be learning loops, and then for topic 4, we're going to be doing Hacker 101 CTF. So Hacker 101 is a bug bounty site, but they also have like a CTF component that you can look at and hopefully learn some good web app exploitation techniques. K Zori says you stream every day? No, I don't stream every day. I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays. So David Ferguson says he didn't see any nmap commands. I mean, I skipped the nmap commands, but I'll put in the nmap commands for you because you requested it. So this is the nmap command I used to do the initial scans. So I'll include it in the write-up for this box. I'll send you the link as well. So this is what? HackMyVM. This was Linux Easy Dull. And let's just add that in. Okay, so starting scans. This nmap scan will scan all the ports on the server. Okay, I'll commit these changes, and I'll send you the link. Here you go. And near New Orphanage. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're going to do the Hacker 101 CTF, and we're also going to do another box challenge. This is going to be fuser from Vulnix. I think this is another Docker one, but I'm not really too sure. But we actually have some exciting stuff happening next week, because next week we're going to be doing an interview. So I'll refer you guys to the thread I made over at the over here. So we've got a special guest on March 25th on Wednesday. We got a guest who does DevSecOps, and if you got any questions that you want to ask, you can leave them in the Reddit page. Neurophage? Oh, really? I didn't. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. LeetCode challenges? We've done LeetCode challenges in the past, but we've been doing like Advent of Code stuff. It feels kind of similar. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing an interview with a guest on the Wednesday stream for March 25th. Their role is DevSecOps engineering, and they do stuff like making sure online applications get deployed safely. If you have any question to ask, you can leave it in the Reddit thread over here. We also have a thread on Discord. So here's our Discord, here's our Reddit. So please stay tuned to that, and it's going to be a very fun interview. Okay, so before we go, let's see who's streaming on infosecstreams.com. SysOS says, I already know all about DevSecOps. SysOS, I think that DevSecOps, well, are you aiming to become a DevSecOps engineer? I don't know if you are or not. Oh, B Theo is on. Interesting. You're not the one. No. SysOS is not the one getting interviewed. Do you do DevSecOps? Have you done that before? I flip burgers for a living. I mean, I wish I could flip burgers for a living. That'd be nice. And sick in the mind. If you ever wanted to be interviewed on stream, it doesn't look like B Theo is online right now. So I guess I was lied to. Okay. SysOS says, I'm pivoting away from DevSecOps to pure security. Oh, pure security. Interesting. What kind of so SysOS, what kind of role are you aiming for? Are you aiming for like web app pen testing or network pen testing or something else? Sick the Mind says, sure. Well, I mean, I'll give you a message in Discord. Maybe we can set something up. Okay, so let me see who is streaming on Twitch. Maybe we can set up a raid. It looks like... Oh, BlazeBits is online. I wonder why BlazeBits didn't show up. So BlazeBits is always a good time. Let's see what he's getting up to. SysOS says, Red Team, mainly web pen testing, but not shying away from network stuff. Okay, so BlazeBits is here, and he's got an awesome t-shirt on. The pseudo t-shirt and the style of AC/DC. What do we got? Hack the Planet, cybersecurity news and Q&A. Awesome. So we'll raid into BlazeBits. Wrench says, I want to be a cloud security engineer. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. But anyways, we'll set up the raid now. Raid BlazeBits. Okay, you will find paid to click pages. Thank you very much. No fear, X-Man. All right, everybody, when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, if you could give this message over here, OSFrog, actually no, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, all right, everybody, we're getting ready to raid on out. Come on by the Friday live stream where we're going to be live next. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.